Good morning, everybody. Just wanted to say hello. Libby wants to say hello. Um, let's get this thing started. So we have exciting news that we've have downstairs, and Libby and I want to get down there and show you. So we're going to leave this location and go down into the grow room. So please join us. Come and live. All right. Good morning, everybody. Just waiting for Libby to join me. She's bouncing down the stairs. Here she comes. Come on, Queen Elizabeth. You want to go on your sofa? She is wired. I don't know why. Must be the weather. The sun is shining. It's still a little chilly. We had a night that was 20 degrees here, so we're not quite ready to plant outside because if you did, um, it's nothing's going to survive. Although I did find a ladybug out there, so brought her in. I don't know. They must have think the sunshine is warmer than it is, and woke her up, put her into the towers. So what are you doing over there hiding? She is wired this morning. Okay, so exciting news, guys. Yesterday we were able to get the computer up, running, and figure out how to stream between upstairs and downstairs. Again, another layering of this room, and it's just getting bigger and better. And I'm just so happy to be here and share that with you. It's really just a good outreach from folks, and then I've actually had somebody reach out to me this morning or maybe last night in an email that they want me to introduce a product. And, normally I'm not really into that. It really depends on the product. But then they sent me the link to Amazon, and I was like, wow, that's really cool. So I'm going to reach back to them and find out what the requirements are. I guess that makes me an influencer. But what I liked about it was a light. Can you see this one over here? She's going for the summer squash. Sweetie pie, you have to let it grow. Leave it be. Um, and it's a light, so it's an LED light that's very much like our towers, but it's a stand-up light, kind of like the tripod, and then it has think of those round. I guess it would be like a makeup mirror that shines up and over, and you can move them any way you want, so that the ray of light can kind of angle, kind of like what I did with the spider lights. But it just seems to be, you know, I think viable. It could be an actual product that could replace the spider light, at least in the towers, especially for the tall stuff over in like the cucumber. And then I was thinking in back of the couch to get the top of the watermelon tower, maybe from this side, from the back side, from the couch side. So I'm going to reach out and find out what the requirements, what they're looking for. I'm sure that they'll probably send it to me. Please don't lick the memo. Don't do that. Okay. I'll find out again what the requirements are and see if they send the product. I set it up, and then we review it. So how cool is that? I think Verizon Sun did that early on about something, and they're like, just pick a product and review it. And I just, at that point, I don't think that I was ready to do that. And I guess now, I guess I would be. So, and if I feel that it's something that the community could use, I'm not going to push products that don't really make a lot of sense. But a product that I think could help somebody push a little bit of more light if you're putting a trellis on something. I don't think that you need it on a regular tower, like say the tomatoes or the beans or like even the lettuce. You can see this here. And the reason being is you kind of want to pull things away from the lights. So adding that top part would actually add some heat to it. So I think this could be an interesting product to add, maybe instead of, how about that? Instead of using, so maybe you found an extra tower on Facebook Marketplace, just hear me out, and it didn't come with the lights. So instead of spending, I think there's $3.99, don't quote me, you try this, because I think the price when I looked this morning was under $70. I'll double check that. But that might be an interesting way of putting LED light to the towers without having to spend the $400. So as a community, let's check it out, especially if they're going to send it to me for free, right? So I'm going to put this one upstairs because I just think that she's a little wired. She's a little crazy this morning. And then we gotta get going. And I'm really excited to do the computer because I'll be able to change scenes and see comments. You can go upstairs, okay? I'm sorry. I think she just thinks that it's summer and she wants to be outside. I don't blame her. I do too. So I'm really excited. So if you see comments that are up here, I can see them. So the computer's right here. So if you can see the seedlings here, the computer is right next door. And if someone pops up something, then I can respond. There is a little bit of a lag time between if you type something and I type back. And the reason is it's a screen shared system from we'll say the operating room, which is upstairs, to down here. But it's better than running up and down the stairs. And if there's something that happens with a one of the cameras, because again, being on an island, the internet can be a little shaky, I'm able to correct it right here without a problem. So excited. All right, let's get going with the seedlings. And as you can see, the zucchini guys, I left them uncovered because they're too tall now for the domes. So I can just adjust the lights where they need to be. And I'm just going to pull, this is probably up now enough to wiggle, yes, the seed off. And the same thing, I'm going to get my glasses for that one. I've done this, like I said yesterday, I'm kind of a picker, and I ripped off the head. So you don't want to do that. But I can I think it helps it just a little bit. If I can just do a little wiggle and ease it off without break, there we go. There. And you can kind of see that it's white. And by tomorrow, it'll turn green, and then it will open. And I can actually see the next leaf that wants to form right there. The one thing with this rock wall, I will say, and I'll continue to say, is that the seedlings can penetrate it very easy in terms of the roots. And I want to show you. So one day's growth. So if you go to yesterday's live, we looked, and you can see, go back and compare from that little dot that was right here to right here. Now we have two roots, and the root that's protruding over the rock wall. Let me just try to get up a little bit closer so you can see. I would say that's 3/4 of an inch versus yesterday, it was a teeny tiny dot. Go look. You can go look. Go to 2 hours and 20 minutes of yesterday's live, and it will be right there up close. Let me just get that seed out of there. So yep, that one's coming too. I'm going to leave them alone for now, and I'll adjust the wiggly, the wonkiness of the stem. Okay, it's very top heavy. They grow tall, and as they adjust this little guy right here because he looks like he's, oh no. Sometimes the roots will come up through the top, and I try to redirect them down. Just give them a little push down. So so far we've got 5. I don't know what's going on down there. It looks like it's something's grabbing. No, maybe not. This could just be a bad seed, but we'll just put it in there and wait. So we planted 6, and if we get 5, great. Probably more than what we need. But I would say, where are we? Wednesday? 2 more days, and I could actually put this into the new zucchini tower. At least this one. Let's just check the roots on this guy. He was the second one that was up. Yep. So you can see right there, there's about a 1 inch root right there. And then we got 2 right there. We'll go here. Sometimes the roots will grow first and then they'll pop up. So nothing on that guy. So I would definitely wait on him. But potentially, we definitely got 2 that are going to be in the tower by Friday. And I'll just pop him up because his roots are kind of all over the place. No. All right. So 2 definitely by Friday. And then I would say the rest would be the Friday. And I would say 1, 2, 3 by Monday. That's my count. That's how fast they grow. That's how aggressive their root system is. And then I really need to get the lettuce. These guys are getting kind of leggy and stringy, okay, into the tower. So I'm actually going to spread them out a little bit. I'm just trying not to put too much in the tower too fast. Because again, I can only eat so much lettuce. And I'm just trying to find a balance. I'm trying to find a balance that I don't grow too much and waste it. So if that makes sense, I want to be able to, obviously feed myself, my family, without waste. And the waste is, sometimes it just grows too fast and I just can't eat it. I've got one right here that really needs to go. So, maybe tonight, that will be tonight's. If not, definitely on Friday. I'll have to cut back some of it. These guys are getting really, really big. So I just want to, I can honestly say that one of these red leaf will probably end up at the, and it's already crowding. So I'm actually just going to pick a couple right there because it's crowding one of the newbies over here. And you don't want that because then they don't get the light. But let me start the camera for the close-up this afternoon because there's another, I just love surprises. I just love the fact that, each day that I come down here, there's something new, whether good or bad, but most of it's really good and very magical. So I know that sounds kind of honky, but it is true. And as you watch the lives, even if you fast forward just to the close-up, I get it because it's going on all day. And I do that, not for the hours, but I do it's because people just pop in and out and they can just fast forward to where they want to see, or if they want to back up into something. Like yesterday, I loved when I look back at the footage of the upskirting. I think I'll actually use that and make a long form video for you guys so that people who missed it and just don't know where to go, it was just a really good tool to teach, I call it lazy man's, pollinating your tomatoes. But let's get going on the green beans. So if you watched yesterday's live or even just, rewind, I said that the green beans they're really close to blooming, and I called it. So you can see right here. You can see right here. This is the first flower, the first couple blooms there and there, and then there's one kind of back there. They're all pretty much planted at the same time. So it's just a matter of, who's going to pop first. And I'm going to adjust the lights because the green bean leaves are pretty delicate. I mean, it's a hardy plant. It's a bush bean. But when you get the lights too close, it will burn. There's no question. So that's all I can see for bloom. So I know that they're gorgeous, but they're very messy. Not as messy as the cucumbers, but they do fall everywhere. So it's a lot of vacuuming and just cleaning up, but it's worth it. And I'm really, really curious to see what the yield will be. Again, I think I mentioned yesterday that on my last, haul of beans, I did a whole tower of flex, and I had 3 big harvests, maybe like 1 big, 1 medium, and 1 small. That's just being honest. But I'm curious to see what I get here. Because again, I'm for just, go ahead, plant, harvest, turn the tower over. I can actually see that the wand was too close. So it actually started to burn just a little bit. So got it. It's time to move them out. And sometimes that requires moving the tower just a smidge too to adjust. All right, that one's out. Pull it forward just a little bit. Oh my God, I just barely touched the tomatoes, and the aroma from those leaves are just, ooh. Sometimes the first thing in the morning, that's not what I want to smell, but that's okay. But see, they're just gorgeous. I mean, it looks like, it reminds me of a little lady slipper. If you guys are into orchids, which I am, I absolutely love it. It looks like a lady slipper. And funny story about lady slippers. So when I was a kid, my mom took me and my brother, and we were with a group of people, I think. And we were, I think, just, in the woods hiking or, playing as a group. And I may have strayed away, as, I always did. And I'll do this as I'm pollinating, tell you the story. I came back and I had picked a bunch of lady slippers out of the woods. And my mom was like, oh God, no. And the reason is that is the state flower of New Hampshire, where I grew up. And for every flower that you pick and you get caught, there's a fine of $100. I'm a kid. I'm literally like, I don't know, 7. I had no idea what the state flower was. But there's 2 takeaways. I loved flowers at a very young age, and turned into this. And I just, I've always found them, really pretty and magical. And they're just, I don't know, they're gorgeous. They don't have a scent. Orchids don't have any scent. Well, maybe there's one. When I was working in the exchange in Boston, I got to see some really, really pretty rare orchids. And there is a stem. It's not a phalaenopsis. It's like a very, very small, very stringy orchid, and it's called Sherry Baby. Believe it or not, I'm not making it up. You can go research Sherry Baby, and it's just a big spray that comes out, and the flowers are very much like that, but they're a burgundy brown, and they smell like chocolate. So I was like, I have an orchid named after me, and it smells like chocolate, and I love chocolate. So I was just, I don't know. Who doesn't love a good orchid? And the fact that I have all these towers in my house and it just throws lots and lots of humidity into the house. I got an orchid, like I think it was Christmas time, just a little tiny dendrobium. And I literally just threw it out. They stay alive because they love, love, love the humidity. So, all right, little pollination there. And now this is the fun stuff. Yes. So I'm gonna, and again, there's a little lag time when I answer the questions, and I can put this in writing too a little bit later. The lettuce is amazing. If you are, there's tons of varieties of lettuce, and what I would tell you is experiment with them. But I will tell you, like if you grow arugula, which let me just show you a seed. That if you buy from Tower Garden, you can go to my website, towergardenmadeeasy.com, and you click on just say like the home, and it will take you exactly to where you need to go. They, as part of your kit, let me just see if I can get you over, what would be the best camera? Probably over here. Actually, no, I'll put it under the seed cam. There we go. This is the seed that comes in your kit from Tower Gardening. .com, and it's free. It's non-GMO seeds, and I grew this. I've grown this several times. So if you like arugula, not only does it grow incredibly fast, super easy, but it is the best arugula I think I've ever had. So much so that I think I ate too much of it, and now I'm like taking a break. But the lettuce that you can grow, I will say, not just the lettuce. What's your screen name? Arsmara 6360. I will tell you, everything that you grow on these towers, not only does it taste better because it hasn't been processed and sprayed and stored, you're picking it off the vine like it's in your backyard or at a farmer's market. It's so fresh. It definitely has like a lovely consistency. Like my summer squash and the zucchini, man, oh man, they are just incredible. The green beans are, they're crisp. They're not like watery because they've been in a plastic bag, which then you have all of the phytoestrogens that from the plastic that can get into the food from the time they pick it, time they wash it, trim it, and put it into the bag, and then they heat seal it, and then it goes out to the stores. They blow gas in there to keep it alive longer. Think about cucumbers that you buy in the store. It's coated with a wax. Same thing with apples. So if you put hot water over it, it's going to turn white. So the whole reason that you want to get a tower, whether you buy it through Tower Garden or you buy it, find one that's used. The taste is incredible, and I just feel like you get better nutrition, like your vitamins and minerals from this. Like for instance, the cucumbers. You grow cucumbers like the mini size, the little Space 80. If you go back and watch any of my clips on cucumbers, they grow pretty fast, and there's tons of seeds. I do scrape those out because I can't digest them very well. So, but the meat of the cucumber is so watery. As you're peeling it, it flows with a lot of natural water. So I can't tell you how wonderful this is, and why I'm doing what I'm doing. So definitely, if you want to reach out to me privately, I'm happy to give you some more information, or just keep tuning into my lives. But if you go to the website Tower Gardening Made Easy, I will tell you that your lettuce is a phase 1, so your herbs, please don't grow mint. Do that in a container somewhere where it's private so it doesn't invade your tower. It really is super, super easy. And then you can move on to the phase 2, which is cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers. Get a little crazy once you've mastered those, and then do zucchini and summer squash. But continue to follow me, whether you're here on Facebook, not sure where you're from, and just watch this grow. I mean, I'm growing watermelon right here. And if you go back into the playlist, you'll see when I cut one open. It's pretty magical to do this. And you can put the towers outside without lights. So if there's ever a chance to convince someone to buy a tower and just try it, you're not going to be disappointed. I promise you. And if you have questions and you run into stumbling blocks, here as a community, we're here to help you. All right, so I lost my train of thought, but I'm so excited that we can do comments here. All right, I hope that answered your question. All right, so let's get over in that side. So that is the left camera. So you guys are going to love this because now I can operate this from, let's see, right, left. Isn't that cool, guys? I'm able to do this from the downstairs. Yes. All right. Let's see how far you guys can see. You can see my legs over in the tomatoes. Okay. But I can do the close-up. So every day we get to see the tomatoes fill in just a little bit more. So if you go back and you compare every day, they just keep growing and growing and growing. Right here is new growth. I think I pointed that out yesterday. Right there, this is all new growth. I should put a time-lapse camera on this. I really should. How fast it grows. This guy, maybe Friday, why don't we take and prune that back? I don't think I'm going to have time today, but definitely on Friday. All right, so I want to just take a quick peek at the broccoli. This is getting bigger, some new little leaves there. And I can see right inside, we got some shoots. This is, it's not the big variety of broccoli. I think it's broccolini. All right, so this is the big boy. This is the zucchini you guys all know and love. And I want to check on the pollinated flower on the bottom. And I want to check on, there's a flower that I saw this morning. I cheated. I came down here without you. I'm going to go back and see if there's a better view. on this screen, so just bear with me for 1 second. No, I think we're better off with that one. I think it's left. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's do that. And we'll get down and see it. I noticed the big one this morning is pretty big. I cooked up one of the zucchinis I pulled last week. Oh, that's the other thing too. I will say this: when you grow your own vegetables, as some of you know, um, let's just say I pick this zucchini that's on the bottom. I'm going to show you in a minute, and I put it in the fridge. This thing will stay fresh for probably 2 weeks versus going to the grocery store and it's dead in less than a couple days. When you think about the process of the whole picking it, God knows where it's coming from the field to processing, to crating, to shipping, to refrigerator, to another refrigerator, to plane. God knows where it's going to go after that, to wholesale places, to retail. It could be 2 weeks before it actually hits like a market basket shelf. And so I was really amazed because I wanted to see how fast, or excuse me, how far I could push it. All right, I'm going to put this on the bottom just to keep it, really, really fresh. And I got zucchini in there that have been there for almost 2 weeks because they're just growing like, leaps and bounds. All right, so here's the one that we pollinated. Probably it's Wednesday. I would say maybe Friday or Saturday, and it's pretty big. If I had to give it a measurement, I'm going to say that's a good 8-9 inches. That was the one that I think we pollinated that one yesterday. We got the bloom right there, so that's going. And then let's just do a little bit of a close up if I pan up. I'm just going to pick that up. I think we pollinated that the other day. That's pollinated. The bloom is there and closing. And then I noticed this morning, which we'll go ahead and do that today, another one is right there that needs to be pollinated. So I'm going to just set this up a little bit. Probably bring it up a little bit. So the flower is pointing down. So it's going to be a little difficult to get in there and show you, but I know if you've watched other lives or videos so far, you've seen me do it quite a few times. I'm going to grab from a flower that's kind of open, not all the way. I prefer it all the way open just to get that real, buttery gold snow, I call it. And then because this is down, I'm going to have to, let's see how I can do this. Maybe what I'll do is I'm going to take an old flower and open it because it's down and I actually have to get on the ground. So, oops, sorry. And pollinate it this way. So let's go here and then up. Maybe if I bring this in, it's like, being in an Amazon. Let's see how I can do this once I set that up a little bit. I don't have glasses on, so I think you can see that. But more importantly, I just got to get in here with there with this flower that I'm going to open. Now, see, there's not a lot of pollen on this one. I may have already taken what I could, but there's one above it. See the one that's way up here? Probably not. All right. Oop, it just fell. So let's rip this one up and see if there's anything in there. And move those little tentacles. All right, I really need that flower up there. I'm just gonna angle her down while I'm on the ground. Okay, here we go. I'm just gonna try to hold. You guys dizzy yet? You will be when I load this in. And now I just have to tip it up. I guess they would refer to this as the money shot. Just painting it a little bit. I just wish this flower was just a little bit open, more open, because it would release that pollen. It's just a little, well, you know, if this one doesn't pollinate, it's not the end of the world. There's a bunch on here that are, so if it keeps throwing me these, then I know that the tower's in good standing. That's a weird one. A weird flower. I'll give it one more just little blindly, just try to get in there. All right, enough with that one, I guess. All right, let me get you guys back up. I want to go check out the zucchinis on the back that we planted. We actually transplanted them from one tower to the next, so I want to see what's going on here. Oh, that looks good. So I can see right in here that we've got some buds. These are either new leaves. Yeah, probably new leaves. And then the one next door. Still, you know, it looks good, but the one right here, I can just tell, because I've been doing this now for a little bit, I can just tell when you've got one plant, I can tell the stem, the girth of it, it's just really strong. And then these leaves got really nice thickness to them. What plant is going to be a good plant and one that might be a little leggy. But regardless, it all looks really, really good today. And I'm super happy with the progress and even just kind of cleaning it out. This past weekend, I'm sorry I didn't do that with you guys, but I was on the floor and trimming back all those leaves. All right, so let's go over to the new zucchini. And this is where we're going to be putting those seedlings. So I'm thinking, you know, there's, what do we say, there's 4 or 5 that are viable. There's a couple on the back. And then I might put one over here. And, oh, I didn't notice. There's net pots that are missing in the back. I'll have to put those in there. And one on the front, too. Oh, maybe I'll go get those. Hold on. You know, I think all the net pots that I have are, they're in the sink. They need to be washed. So let me just, they need to be washed, unfortunately. All right, so we'll put those in a little bit later. Not a big deal. But they all look really, really good. If you look right here, you can actually, here's a good indicator. Like, see how it's all growing and it's really, really tight. That's just amazing. And that's just one that's, you know, kind of rogue. And if it grows down, I'll probably trim it. But when they're really tight to the net pot as they grow, like this guy down here, just see how it's all just super, super close. I don't necessarily want that with the summer squash just because they coil, but this is all just like high and tight. And I love it because it will continue to grow and it will give the stem that's inside an opportunity to just thicken up just a little bit. Because once it starts to produce fruit, you need that that stem to just, get a little thick. Otherwise, it's going to crack, and then you're going to have, to do a workaround, which, it's not the end of the world. And that's what I mean about that. If you're new here, is just tying some support and just making sure every day as it grows that you're supporting that stem and taking that weight off if there's fruit that's there. Okay, so here's the problem child. Here's the summer squash that, I keep saying there's a few leaves that are not doing so great, and I just keep clipping it back. But I really do think it's the plant. So let me just see if there would be a better screen. No, it's just the way that the cameras are angled. Yeah, no, we're good. Let's stay there. Let's stay with that screen. Okay. So when you see that little very bottom, that little seed cam, that is where I can take the seed cam down and walk around and give you a live shot. It's a close up, but I don't have enough wire. The individual's coming back to do that. So he's really great, but just super, super busy. Okay, so I'm just going to get in here. I'm going to trim a little bit because I see a few more leaves that are kind of icky. I don't want to, devastate the plant. But there's one that I just don't think it's going to make it. I just think that there's just doesn't like it. So we're going to take him out and we're going to move one of the other ones around to kind of fill that spot. And this guy, I gave it some thought last night and just said, I'm going to keep fighting with this thing and it's not worth it. It's, but it's got a good stem. I will give it that. It's got a nice, no root rot. We actually looked at it the other day, and it's got a nice supportive stem, but I don't know. It's not doing what it needs to do. So we're going to go ahead and just say goodbye. And we will reuse that in just a second. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to reevaluate what's in the tower. And as things start to grow, that is like a prime real estate spot. And I want to see if I could move somebody that would be, they would do better there. Kind of thinning out the crowd, if you will. Like there's one on top here. And this is another one that I just don't think it's going to make it. So, I probably won't put anybody here. So I'm going to get rid of this one too. And I'm going to just gently, remember, when you take something out of the tower, just be very gentle, pull the roots without trying to break them. And again, there's no root rot. It's not doing what it needs to do. I started out with 10 and, you're going to only keep the ones that are really, really doing well. And let those, that's the secret, let them get really big. And that's where you're going to get that grocery size fruit. If I keep this really, really crowded, then it's not, they don't have that opportunity to grow. Like here's one that looks like it's doing well. It's not really giving me a hard time. Let's see if I can, and it actually has a little piece of fruit right there. It's what's going to happen is it's underneath and it's going to get shadowed. I'm going to keep it inside the trellis. That all looks really, really good. So I think what I'll do is I'll put this one here. So funny, look at the root system. It's like growing flat. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and just stuff that root right there. Give it an opportunity to spread out. and it's got one leaf that I don't like. It was back here, and that just could be lack of light because it was already getting shadowed from this guy back here. That's really big. And what I should do, if I can, is move it down. We're going to be doing some, we're going to spend a minute here because I just thought about this, and it's not the tower. We went over that yesterday. It's just, it's about letting them grow as big as they can to produce. And if I move this one down, it can be here and this one can grow up. But the question is, can I do it? Because it's pretty big. I just want to, and there's one on the other side. So there's 3 right here. That's too much. So I'm going to give it a whirl. I'm going to chance it. I just have to get this stick inside and then drive it down and back. And then once I've got the net pot kind of out and wiggly, I'm going to just tip it forward. There we go. Hear that little click. Now, what you're going to fight against is I've got leaves. I've got big leaves, and I don't want the root system to get compromised. So I'm going to do this blindly, tugging gently on the roots. Wow, there's a lot of roots here. A lot of roots. Wow. And you're probably going to break a couple. So now I can't take it out of the trellis. I just have to feed it gently down. And a lot of times you're kind of doing this blindly. And I need to whip these roots. I'm really hoping you guys can see this because, you know, I'm not going to be able to get all the roots. So I'm going to just break that. I'm going to, wow. I can't see. I mean, I kind of can, but the root, it's like spaghetti that needs to be cut. And I don't want to pinch. There we go. All right, so now what I want to do, I really hope you guys can see this. Let me just, awesome. That's actually a really good shot. Okay, so now I just want to fan out. What do we got? So I got this guy on the top, which is fine. And I got this guy over here. I'm gonna, if I spin a little bit, so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Ooh. So this is going to continue to grow, and this is going to get shadowed. So this is where you make those decisions. Maybe this one, this is going to continue to grow out. So usually the bottom ones, I mean, there is one over there that does pretty well. I could move it, move this down here and just really let it air out. There's a leaf over there that I don't like though. And this leaf back here, for right now, I'm going to trim it back because it's going to get splashed by that guy and it will just create havoc. So I do think I got to move this. Let me just think about that for a sec. Okay, we're good on comments. If anybody has any questions, I can see them on the computer. I can't believe we have a computer down here. I'm so excited. That was my birthday present. I really wanted it. You know I invested a lot with the cameras, but I said to my husband, because my birthday is coming up, I'm not going to tell you, but it's coming up in a week or so. And I just said, I really do need the second camera because I can't keep running up and down the stairs. And if a camera goes down because of our internet, he knows how bad our internet is. I need to be able to correct it. Oh, hello. There's a little ladybug. Whoop, he's going to take off and fly. Sorry. He's mad at me. I'm moving his home around. All right, so I am going to move that guy down. Where'd you go? Oh, you're on the light. All right, let's move him. I feel like it's like a college dorm. You're just, you're switching. You're switching from year to year to the better location. And hope and pray you like your roommates. All right. Okay, I'm okay with that, I think. Yeah, because there's one down there. Let's see how that goes. I can always move it again. All right, there's a really pretty one back here. Let me think. I gotta think for a minute. The side looks just a little congested. That's gonna grow, that's gonna grow. In my mind, I'm just thinking, I know how big these get, so I may move one and space it. But which one is the question? This one's probably not gonna make it. Maybe. I don't know. We'll let that one go for now. But it just seems kind of wimpy. Oops. Sorry, buddy. I got that real big one. I put that there, and that can come this way. All right, maybe we do that. Let's thin this one out. So let's go this way with the tower so you guys can see. It's so funny, sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and just think like, okay, what needs to be done? What needs to be done in the room? And I lay there and I go, the new summer squash tower, because I just know that there are certain things that I don't like that leaf. That need to happen. You see, it just, I don't know. We gotta just say our prayers with this tower, I think. All right, I like that one there. I like this one here because it can grow this way and it's next to, and I can control that. I just feel like this guy, or even this guy, let's see. I just want to give it ample room and light to grow. And I feel like he could go up one, but then it's going to shadow this guy who's a newbie. Put the newbie over there. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take, this guy is going to get shadowed. So if I put him over here, he'll have an opportunity to maybe just do what he needs to do. Ouch. And then let's move this big guy up one. And I think I'm going to go over. I'm going to go here with him. Tucking in all the roots. Sorry, you probably can't see that. Trying not to squash them. Get as many as you can. Trying not to disrupt the flow, if you will, of the transplanting. I mean, in essence, that's what you're doing. So, okay, I feel like this guy's got a little more room to maybe do something. If not, he's gone. I'm going to put net pots back in here. And there, I need to get one for here so it doesn't splash. You don't want to get the leaves wet. You want to leave them be. This looks pretty good. This guy could actually move up. Because I don't want to put anything right there because I think that's going to definitely, I could move this guy here and just, because he's going to get shadowed. Let's do that. Take that out. Let's put this over here. And bring this guy. All right. Ooh. There. You just tell by the root systems too, how they're developing. And I can say this one's, mediocre. Should be better. And let's put that net pot back here. All right, prime real estate. So I kind of want to, these leaves they're not very forgiving. So when you move them around, they tend to, let me just, I can kind of fold it a little bit. You don't want them to layer because they will get a little bit of like moisture, and then the humidity will build up. I feel like there needs to be something there, but I think I'm going to leave that alone for right now and see what happens. And see what happens. Okay. All right. There we go. I got to turn off my the sleeping setting, because when it does that, it stops the screen share. It's always a work in progress, right, guys? But I'm just happy to have my early birthday present. All right, so we'll position that. There's a little bit of water on top. I'm going to go ahead and wipe that. Just keeping this nice and clean so no algae builds up. All right, let's go and swivel around to the lettuce. I think we talked about this just briefly. The lettuce is just, again, I got to pull that leaf because it's shadowing the new guy. Don't want to do that. So I'm definitely going to have to use that top bunch because it's just growing out of control. These are a little bit old, so when I harvest, I'm going to obviously take the crown. Not too old, but you want to eat what you can. So not much going on here other than just we got to think about using it up or feeding the horses and putting some new stuff in there. All right, let's move on. Let's see what's going on over here. Let's check on our summer squash. I harvested those couple. I think I cooked one last night. It was really yummy. I think we've got one to pollinate that's over there. Or did we pollinate that yesterday? Yep, yeah, we pollinated. Here, let me just show you. This is how you know. So when something needs to be pollinated, it's just kind of that light yellow, but see how that right there is almost like, I guess a good way of describing it would be dirty. It turns very dark, starts to close. That's how you know that you've done your job as a bee, and it will start to grow. So let's just check on the ones that were over here. I'm just going to pull off some of these old flowers. We've got this guy down here. He's really gorgeous. I'm going to let him continue to grow. And just touch that in, make sure it's not wet. Although I am a little concerned about this stem. It's a little wimpy and it's carrying that big fruit. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to lift you guys up. And I'm just going to start to look for any cracking. No, it looks to be, the top looks great. And it just comes all the way down with all that new growth. So I don't see any cracking. And then this one, I feel like these towers, they cycle, and for, you'll get a bunch of little stuff, and then all of a sudden you'll get, like, there's two that are ready to come off. These guys, not yet. It cycles. I think there may be one over here. There's one that's gonna pop pretty soon. Where's that one? Yeah, I mean, there's one down there, little. We'll let that one go. And of course the celery. Got to clip that back. All right, let's get to the good stuff. So I posted in the post area yesterday about the watermelons and like findings. I can honestly say that there are a couple, but I can say this one in particular, it's definitely pollinated and it's growing, and I'm watching it, and it's right there. So if I put my hand behind it, you can kind of see it. Just every day it keeps filling out just a little bit more and more. Let me see if I can find something that would be represent the size. Oh, I know. I've got a tablespoon. So this is just a 1 tablespoon. So if we did that, then that would give you an idea of how big it is. And as we go through time, you'll be able to see as it gets bigger and bigger. And remember, this is on a, somebody remind me of the tablespoon, please. I'll probably forget. It's on a loose stem. Now, I'm not going to adjust the lights because that is part of why I think it's doing so well. That it's pollinated, and then it found the light source that it likes, and it's on this very flimsy branch that's not attached to anything. So I'm going to leave it because it's not heavy as of yet. I'm not going to worry about it. But the minute it starts to get really full and round and get a little more weight to it, I'm going to have to find a hammock or build one, and I'm going to do it from the top. So we'll attach it way up there and then support it, let it hang in it. Maybe if I tie a couple of those green grocery bags together, that'll be the hammock. I'll have to work on that. But that is the secret. If you watch the playlist on the watermelons, you'll see that's kind of how I did it last year. And I honestly didn't know what the heck I was doing. I was like, okay, there's one down there on the, this would be good if this one is pollinated. I can't. So I'll bring this down. I think it's pollinated and it likes the light source that it has, but it's not as big as the other one. And I love the fact that it's resting on this because I won't need a hammock. It will just grow. So there are a couple other ones that I've got my eye on. And how I can tell that they're growing another way is, let me just get to this one over here. See how the stripes are getting just a little bit more pronounced? That's how I know it's stretching. Like here's one. Oh, the light in my eyes. Right there. That's a maybe. I think it's pollinated, but is it viable is the question. Don't know yet, but we know that front one is. And then of course we've got our zucchini, excuse me, our cucumbers. I'm going to go ahead and clean up some of this. It's kind of a, did you say see the flicker? That's what I mean about our electricity and our internet. It's nuts. So let me switch the screen. I think the other camera is a better view. On the right. Yeah. And I can move this out of the way so you can see the whole thing. Okay, good. All right. So let's just do some cleaning and some pollinating. We didn't do a whole lot yesterday, but I definitely want to do that today. And make sure that I'm tall enough. Yeah. Okay. Just clean up these flowers. Slide this underneath, kind of shake it a little bit. And the close-up, as you guys know, I say it every day, I'll load it in a little bit so you can see it. Ooh, I touched something, man, I'm itchy. Must have been the summer squash. So I'm just looking for things I need to pollinate. This big guy up here, he's pretty big. I should probably harvest him before it breaks. I think I will. Let me go get some scissors. He's pretty good size. All right, so if you watch, I'll show you. It's just a lot of torque on that stem. A lot of torque. So this guy looks, and you can just kind of tell by the stem gets taxed and the leaves start to droop a little bit. So I'm going to leave this up there until it just fills out a little bit more. One down here. So I like to keep an eye on all the stems and the integrity of them. Otherwise, they will just, they'll crack. They'll get a mini crack, and then all of a sudden you'll come down and that whole stem, wherever it's attached to, will be limp because it got cut off. I'm just going to turn this off for a minute. It'll get cut off from its supply of water and nutrients. All right. Let's do a quick tour to see. And then I'll turn this one off because otherwise anything over an hour, it's hard to download. So we got, a bunch there, still growing. See how I have to, there's two right there that are pollinated. I've got one balancing just because it's on one of those little wimpy stems. And these guys right here, they're pretty good size. So once they all start to really grow and pollinate, you just better like eating cucumbers because you get a lot of them. There's one actually in the back I can see that's filling out way out back. Let me see if I can zoom in on them. Right there. Okay. All right. I will post this in a little bit. It's just too hard to do anything over an hour, but stay with me. Stay with me, guys, because I'm going to just continue and you guys can watch me on the live. But I know people really like to see up close to see what I'm doing. Take notes. And again, if you've got questions, please toss them in the comments. I can see them. Definitely see them. Here's one. Here's two. I love it when they're together. Love it because they grow together like twins. But this is on one of those little wimpy stems, so I know I'm in for it if it does pollinate. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's like a double flower. So funny. My house is open concept, and I can hear every footstep upstairs. You probably can't, but I can. So let's just. Good. I don't see anything to pollinate there. Just really trying to be thorough today because I rushed this portion yesterday. We started just a little bit later today just because I was trying to set up the camera down here. 10:30 versus 10. Yeah, we did those. These leaves look really new and fresh and pretty. It's totally normal when you get a cucumber plant that has a couple leaves that, eventually they get old and get kind of grumpy and get a little couple spots here and there. It's really nothing to worry about. You can prune them back. I actually encourage people to continuously prune your leaves, especially away from the net pot, just to keep our favorite little fungus down. That was one of the biggest things early on with this tower that I just was pruning, hopefully not to, hurt the plant or the vine. But I definitely wanted to hang on to the integrity of, oh, here's one that's like a little wimpy vine. That's my new favorite word is wimpy. So I think what I'm going to do with this, there's one that's pollinated. I got to take the stress off of it. So I'm going to try to wrap it and have it just, so it's got a little bit of support there. Help out Mother Nature. Okay. Okay. All right. So bear with me. Here's my. Bear with me. I'm just reading a text. Okay. It's funny now that the computer's down here. I've got my phone and it's going to show up on the computer and it's going to show up on the screen share. So it's like 3 beeps for one text. Good problems to have, right, guys? Versus running up and down the stairs. All right. I love it because you can see this up and close and I can actually see it. There's a little bit of a lag there, but I can definitely see. So, and we've got this guy. I'm just move him over to image, and I'm gonna balance this guy. That actually would be a cute picture today. Where'd my phone go? Balancing the cucumbers. Okay. Any way you can support the cucumbers and their growth, do it. I'll post those in a little bit. You know, even if you were doing this outside, you're still growing them on some type of a trellis. And the fruit, you know, it gets heavy. I guess I thought, you know, when I put this trellis up that the leaves would really kind of want to go up, but they don't. They want to go down, which is okay. So many flowers. I also too, when I can look over into the screen, I know I'm obsessed with this today, guys. I can make sure that my mic is still working. Because when I was down here without that type of support, I was relying on a new friend and part of our community. She would text me and she's like, "Your mic's not working." I'm like, "I'm sorry," but you're doing okay. All right, here's one. Got one down here. I feel like that's okay because it's got the light right there. And then there's one on the inside. Pollinate that guy. I probably miss so many because there's just so many flowers and you just don't know whether it's a flower or it's fruit because it's just attached. Oh, there's one on the inside too. You gotta like dig. Dig, dig, dig. That one's doing okay. There's two here. There's a little bit of weight on that one. But you know what I love is one of the tentacles wrapped itself around the trellis for support. So good. Instead of having the tentacles just reach out and do nothing. So a lot of deadheads back here. I also too, because this is against the wall, I pulled some of those vines in the back because I just couldn't reach them. And it was useless to have something grow back there that I can't reach, I can't pollinate, and all it's going to do is just drop flowers. So we trimmed those back, and the ones that I could vine up here, I did. So that looks good. You see the ones that don't pollinate, you know, because they turn brown or black, and the flower dies, and you're just like, oh my god, how did I miss that? But there's so many that if I could pollinate, you know, 5 or 6 a day, by the time you know, and continuously do that, I got more cucumber on this trellis than I know what to do with. That's what happened on the big trellis, the moon gate. The harvest was unreal, so that's why I decided to do it on a smaller version, um, because everything became mature kind of at the same time, and I ended up, you know, I gave a lot of it away, which is totally fine. But you know, the goal was to grow. There's two right here. So if I like again, if I can pollinate, you know, 5 to 6 per day, and even 3 of them make it, it's just a lot of food. So I can donate it, I can eat it. I was laughing the other day. The old saying of green thumb, you find that when you're in the towers and you like, especially with this, is, you know, there's a lot of deadheading and a lot of picking with your thumb. And it dawned on me that's where that came from, green thumb, because your nails are bright green at the end of the day, and it's almost like they're stained. Sometimes I'm envious of the girls who can have the not super long nails, but you know, nails that are, you know, perfectly manicured every single day. I'm like, that's not me. It'll never be me because I'm constantly doing stuff with my hands. And also, too, I had this discussion with my husband about a week ago about typing. You know, he grew up in an era where they didn't type, they didn't teach typing. And when it was high school. I think I took 2 years of typing. And so I'm able to, type and not look at my hands versus some people still do that little pen and peck I call. Um, and, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but, you spend a lot more time typing than need be. Just different generations. And so, oh, that's where I was going with that. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. My nails have to be short in order to type fast. With all of the design work that I do on the computer, there's no way I could have long nails. I'm constantly between updating, um, making new thumbnails, posting here, posting there, answering questions. Now I'm trying to do the design work between the two platforms, whether it be YouTube or Facebook, and I'll be able to stream um, horizontally and vertically probably in the next week. I just wanted to get the computer up and running before I did that. So I can see if there's any issues, but there's so much, guys, that go on with this that's behind the scenes. So, and I love it. I do. I really, really enjoy it. So much fun. So much fun. I love the community that we're building. Um, I love the fact that people are just, really, really into all of this, and they ask wonderful questions, and everybody's just, they're from all over. So it's, not just the United States. It's really kind of cool to be perfectly honest. I love it. South Africa, somebody was chiming in. All right, so I'm going to clean that little area up and then switch over to, yeah, I guess you guys can see the watermelon from there. So let me just get my little, because there's so many flowers today. I didn't do it yesterday. I just kind of blew it off and called it quits. But there's so much. Wow. Need to get the vacuum in here. I learned something from a individual who I know as, someone who does this as well. They know that I've got a couple ladybugs down here. They're not going to harm anything. If anything, they help. They control if there's any mites, which there's not. Well, I mean, maybe dust mites. But if I were to get an aphid come down, they will eat it. But when they don't have anything, they will actually eat some pollen. So I learned that. And I did not know that. And I was like, oh, good. Because there's tons and tons of pollen down here. So I want to put this back. And on the back side of the watermelon, so I put the 180 on. So you can see the back side. Let's do the 180 because I'm going to be on the sofa doing a little bit of pollinating. I think it's the cucumbers, that pollen. I do that last, and I find that sometimes my nose, I don't know, it gets to me. No other pollen. I think it's the cucumber. I'm not allergic, but just definitely. Ooh. Excuse me. All right, so there are a couple flowers and little watermelon on top on the backside. I was cheating. I came down this morning, curious, setting up the computer, and I realized, like, wow, there's a lot. Because I didn't do this yesterday. I was kind of said, I'll do it deeper in the week. So now we've got lots and lots of flowers. So I feel like I can just grab the pollen at its finest, which is the flowers completely open, and find a watermelon that's open, and I can go ahead and give it a little whirl. And I'm really going to try to concentrate on not moving what I'm pollinating, because clearly they're finding the light, and that's the secret. Um, there'll probably be one in here somewhere that we will discover. You can't, well, they want to attach to the lights, and that's a rule. That's a no-no for me. I don't want them attaching to the lights. You can go behind it. All right, thank God Libby's upstairs in case I fall. Someone call 911 if I fall. All right, here's a beautiful flower. It's completely open. It's got very squishy buds on the inside, and I'm just going to pollinate a couple that are right around it that are also open. So we got another one right there that looks promising because it's right at the light. So before I was moving the wands around because we just didn't have enough, but now that we do, and the plant's going to find its own way. It's going to grow toward the light. I'm going to be my own bee, pollinate, and just let Mother Nature, fingers crossed, give me some watermelons. So I can teach you guys how to make watermelon martinis. I'll have to videotape that. I'm not gonna lie, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to grow it, because it was so good. It was so fresh. Like, I strained it. Oh my God. And it was warm outside, sitting by the pool. Good. Life is good. And there's a couple over here. Oh. It's funny, I'm up top, but I can see the top of the tower on the other side. I'm like, maybe I should go back over there. Okay, I think I got the ones I wanted. Just taking a peek through. The watermelon, if you guys watched the lives last week, the one that was straight through, unfortunately, because the canopy grew, it blocked the light. And I found it this morning, and it had turned half black. So I pulled it. Unfortunate, but it's going to happen. That's why I decided I'm going to try to leave the lights alone now, because they're growing towards them, and that's what they want. So if I pollinate something like this right here, I do think that the lines are coming out. So I got a good shot at getting him to grow. But I'll tell you, like, the ray of light comes through, and you don't see it because the canopy is so thick, and we're going to find one. We are. I know we are. I see some more brown leaves. So I'm going to get in there and get those. we're gonna find a full size sugar baby watermelon one day, and I'm gonna be like, ooh, look at it. The kicker will be someone will text me or put a comment going, "Did you actually cut that?" That happened last year. Somebody in the comments. It wasn't a live. It was in the comment section of a video, and I was doing the cucumbers on this tower, and they didn't believe that I grew the grocery store size cucumbers, and I got accused, which was really funny because I caught them online, um, on camera, I should say, of those didn't come off of the tower, and I was like, yeah, they did. So I just thought that was kind of cute that I got accused of that. I don't know. It takes all kinds, I guess. I just laughed. It was good. All right, I'm gonna go load your video. If you have any questions, I'm gonna be right upstairs, and I can still see everything, so you can definitely keep throwing your comments out there. But I wanna get this loaded so you guys can see the up close stuff. And let me just put it back to this screen up here, our start page. All right, there we go. Let me just turn back the fan. I got some air in here. All right, I'm gonna go load. All right, so this guy right here shot up. So I'm just gonna, I like to pick. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just put little lights so you guys can have some light. Green beans. So if you watched yesterday's live or even just, you know, rewind, I said that the green beans are, they're really close to blooming, and I called it. So you can see right here, this is the first flower, the first couple blooms there and there, and then there's one kind of back there. They're all pretty much planted at the same time. So it's just a matter of, you know, who's gonna pop first. And I'm gonna adjust the lights because the green bean leaves are pretty delicate. I mean, it's a hardy plant, it's a bush bean, but when you get the lights too close, it will burn. There's no question. So that's all I can see for blooms. So I know that they're gorgeous, but they're very messy. Not as messy as the cucumbers, but they do fall everywhere. So it's a lot of vacuuming and just cleaning up, but it's worth it. And I'm really, really curious to see what the yield will be. Again, I think I mentioned yesterday that on my last, you know, haul of beans, I did a whole tower of flex, and I had 3 big harvests, maybe like 1 big, 1 medium, 1 small. That's just being honest. But I'm curious to see what I get here. Because again, I'm for just, you know, go ahead, plant, harvest, turn the tower over. I can actually see that the one was too close, so it actually started to burn just a little bit. So it's time to move them out. And sometimes that requires moving the tower just a smidge to adjust. That one's out. Pull it forward just a little bit. Oh my God, I just barely touched the tomatoes, and the aroma from those leaves are just, ooh. Sometimes the first thing in the morning, that's not what I want to smell, but that's okay. But see, they're just gorgeous. I mean, it looks like, it reminds me of a little lady slipper. If you guys are into orchids, which I am, I absolutely love it. It looks like a lady slipper. And funny story about lady slippers. So when I was a kid, my mom took me and my brother, and we were with a group of people, I think. And we were, I think, just, you know, in the woods hiking or, you know, playing as a group. And I may have strayed away, as, you know, I always did. And I'll do this as I'm pollinating, tell you the story. I came back and I had picked a bunch of lady slippers out of the woods. And my mom was like, oh God, no. And the reason is that is the state flower of New Hampshire, where I grew up. And for every flower that you pick and you get caught, there's a fine of $100. I'm a kid. I'm literally like, you know, I don't know, 7. I had no idea what the state flower was. But there's 2 takeaways. I loved flowers at a very young age, and turned into this. And I just, you know, I've always found them, you know, really pretty and magical. And, they're just, I don't know, they're gorgeous. They don't have a scent. Orchids don't have any scent. Well, maybe there's one. When I was working in the exchange in Boston, I got to see some really, really pretty rare orchids. And there's a stem. It's not a phalaenopsis. It's like a very, very small, very stringy orchid, and it's called Cherry Baby. Believe it or not, I'm not making it up. You can go research Cherry Baby. And it's just a big spray that comes out. The flowers are very much like that, but they're a burgundy brown, and they smell like chocolate. So I was like, I have an orchid named after me, and it smells like chocolate, and I love chocolate. So I was just, I don't know. Who doesn't love a good orchid? And the fact that I have all these towers in my house, and it just throws lots and lots of humidity into the house. I got an orchid, like I think it was Christmas time, just a little tiny dendrobium, and I literally just threw it out. They stay alive because they love the humidity. So, all right, a little pollination there. questions. And I can put this in writing to you a little bit later. The lettuce is amazing. If you are, there are obviously just tons of varieties of lettuce. And what I would tell you is experiment with them. But I will tell you, like, if you grow arugula, which let me just show you the seed, that if you buy from Tower Garden, you go to my website, towergardenmedeasy.com, and you click on just say like the home, and it will take you exactly to where you need to go. They, as part of your kit, let me just see if I can get you over the best camera. Probably over here. Actually, no, I'll put it under the seed can. There we go. This is the seed that comes in your kit from towergardening.com, and it's free. It's non-GMO seeds, and I grew this. I've grown this several times. So if you like arugula, not only does it grow incredibly fast, super easy, but it is the best arugula I think I've ever had. So much so that I think I ate too much of it, and now I'm like taking a break. But the lettuce that you can grow, I will say, not just the lettuce. What's your screen name? Arzamera 6360. I will tell you, everything that you grow on these towers, not only does it taste better because it hasn't been processed and sprayed and stored, you're picking it off the vine like it's in your backyard or at a farmer's market. It's so fresh. It definitely has like a lovely consistency. Like my summer squash and the zucchini, man, oh man, they are just incredible. The green beans they're crisp. They're not like watery because they've been in a plastic bag, which then you have all of the phytoestrogens that from the plastic that can get into the food from the time they pick it, time they wash it, trim it, and put it into the bag, and then they heat seal it, and then it goes out to the stores. They blow gas in there to keep it alive longer. Think about cucumbers that you buy in the store. It's coated with a wax. Same thing with apples. So if you put hot water over it, it's going to turn white. So the whole reason that you want to get a tower, whether you buy it through Tower Garden or you buy it, find one that's used, the taste is incredible. And I just feel like you get better nutrition, like, your vitamins and minerals from this. Like, for instance, the cucumbers. You grow cucumbers, like the mini size, the little Space 80. If you go back and watch any of my clips on cucumbers, they grow up pretty fast, and there's tons of seeds. I do scrape those out because I can't digest them very well. So, but the meat of the cucumber is so watery. As you're peeling it, it flows with a lot of, natural water. So I can't tell you how wonderful this is, and why I'm doing what I'm doing. So, definitely, if you want to reach out to me privately, I'm happy to give you some more information, or just keep tuning into my lives. But if you go to the website, Tower Garden Made Easy, I will tell you that your lettuce is a phase 1, so are your herbs. Please don't grow mint. Do that in a container somewhere where it's private so it doesn't invade your tower. It really is super, super easy. And then you can move on to the phase 2, which is cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers. Get a little crazy once you've mastered those, and then do zucchini and summer squash. But continue to follow me, whether you're here or on Facebook, not sure where you're from, and just watch this grow. I mean, I'm growing watermelon right here. If you go back into the playlist, you'll see when I cut one open. It's pretty magical to do this, and you can put the towers outside without lights. So if there's ever a chance to convince someone to buy a tower and just try it, you're not going to be disappointed. I promise you. And if you have questions and you run into stumbling blocks, here as a community, we're here to help you. All right, so I lost my train of thought, but I'm so excited that we could do comments here. All right, I hope that answered your question. All right, let's get over in that side. Left camera. You guys are gonna love this. Now I can operate this from, let's see, like that. Isn't that cool, guys? I'm able to do this from downstairs. Yes. All right. Let's see how far you guys can see. can do the close-up. So every day we got to see the tomatoes fill in just a little bit more. So if you go back and you compare every day, they just keep growing and growing and growing. Right here is new growth. I think I pointed that out yesterday. Right there, this is all new growth. I should put a time-lapse camera on this. I really should. How fast it grows. This guy, maybe Friday, why don't we take and prune that back? I don't think I'm gonna have time today, but definitely on Friday. All right, so I'm gonna just take a quick peek at the broccoli. This is getting bigger, some new little leaves there. And I can see right inside, we got some shoots. This is, it's not the big variety of broccoli. I think it's broccolini. All right, so this is the big boy. This is the zucchini you guys all know and love. And I want to check on the pollinated flower on the bottom. And I want to check on there's a flower that I started spraying. I cheated. I came down here without you. I'm going to go back and see if there's a better view on this screen. So just bear with me for 1 second. No, I think we're better off with that one. With this one. Better. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. And we'll get down and see it. I noticed the big one this morning is pretty big. I cooked up one of the zucchinis that I pulled last week. Oh, that's the other thing too. I will say this, when you grow your own vegetables, as some of you know, let's just say I pick this zucchini that's on the bottom, I'm gonna show you in a minute, and I put it in the fridge. This thing will stay fresh for probably 2 weeks versus going to the grocery store and it's dead in less than a couple days. When you think about the process of the whole picking it, God knows where it's coming from the field to processing, to crating, to shipping, to refrigerator, to another refrigerator, to plane, God knows where it's gonna go after that, to wholesale places, to retail. It could be 2 weeks before it actually hits like a market basket shelf. And so I was really amazed because I wanted to see how fast, or excuse me, how far I could push it. All right, I'm gonna put this on the bottom just to keep it, you know, really, really fresh. And I got zucchini in there that have been there for almost 2 weeks because they're just growing like, you know, leaps and bounds. All right, so here's the one that we pollinated. Probably, it's Wednesday. I would say maybe Saturday, Friday or Saturday, and it's pretty big. If I had to give it a measurement, I'm gonna say that's a good 8-9 inches. That was the one that I think we pollinated that one yesterday. We got the bloom right there, so that's going. And then let's just do a little bit of a close-up if I pan up. I'm just gonna pick that up. I think we pollinated that the other day. That's pollinated, the bloom is there and closing. And then I noticed this morning, which we'll go ahead and do that today, another one is right there that needs to be pollinated. So I'm gonna just set this up a little bit. Probably bring it up a little bit. So the flower's pointing down. So it's gonna be a little difficult to get in there and show you, but I know if you've watched other lives or videos so far, you've seen me do it quite a few times. I'm gonna grab from a flower that's kind of open, not all the way, I prefer it all the way open, just to get that real, you know, buttery gold snow, I call it. And then because this is down, I'm gonna have to, let's see how I can do this. Maybe what I'll do is I'm gonna take an old flower and open it because it's down and I actually have to get on the ground. So, oops, sorry. and pollinate it this way. So let's go here and then up. Maybe if I bring this in. It's like, you know, being in an Amazon. Let's see how I can do this. I set that up a little bit. I don't have glasses on, so I think you guys can see that. But most importantly, I just gotta get in here with, there, with this flower that I'm gonna open. Yeah, see, there's not a lot of pollen on this one. I may have already taken what I could, but there's one above it. See the one that's way up here? Probably not. All right. Oop, it just fell. So let's rip this one up and see if there's anything in there. And move those little tentacles. All right, I really need that flower up there. I'm just gonna angle her down while I'm on the ground. Up. There we go. Just gonna try to hold. You guys dizzy yet? You will be when I load this in. And now I just have to tip it up. I guess they would refer to this as the money shot. Just painting it a little bit. I just wish this flower was just a little bit open, more open, because it would release that pollen. It's just a little, well, you know, if this one doesn't pollinate, it's not the end of the world. There's a bunch on here that are, so if it keeps throwing me these, then I know that the tower's in good standing. A weird flower. I'll give it one more just little blindly, just try to get in there. All right, enough with that one, I guess. All right, let me get you guys back up. I want to go check out the zucchinis on the back that we planted. We actually transplanted them from one tower to the next, so I want to see what's going on here. Oh, that looks good. So I can see right in here that we've got some buds. These are either new leaves. Yeah, probably new leaves. And then the one next door. Still, you know, it looks good, but the one right here, I can just tell, because I've been doing this now for a little bit, I can just tell when you've got one plant, I can tell the stem, the girth of it, that's just really strong, and then these leaves got really nice thickness to them. What plant is going to be a good plant and one that might be a little leggy. But regardless, it all looks really, really good today, and I'm super happy with the progress, and even just kind of cleaning it out. This past week, and I'm sorry I didn't do that with you guys, but I was on the floor and trimming back all those leaves. All right, so let's go over to the new zucchini. And this is where we're going to be putting those seedlings. So I'm thinking, you know, there's, what do we say, there's 4 or 5 that are viable. There's a couple on the back. And then I might put one over here. And, oh, I didn't notice that there's more pots that are missing in the back. Okay, put those in there. And one on the front too. Oh, maybe I'll go get those. Hold on. All right, so we'll put those in a little later. Not a big deal. But they all look really, really good. If you look right here, you can actually, here's a good indicator. Like, see how it's all growing and it's really, really tight. That's just amazing. And that's just one that's, you know, kind of rogue. And if it grows down, I'll probably trim it. But when they're really tight to the net pot as they grow, like this guy down here, just see how it's all just super, super close. I don't necessarily want that with the summer squash just because they coil, but this is all just like high and tight. I love it because it will continue to grow and it will give the stem that's inside an opportunity to just thicken up just a little bit, because once it starts to produce fruit, you need that that stem to just, you know, get a little thick. Otherwise it's going to crack, and then you're going to have, you know, to do a workaround, which, you know, it's not the end of the world. And that's what I mean about that. If you're new here, is just tying some support and just making sure every day as it grows that you're supporting that stem and taking that weight off if there's fruit that's there. Okay, so here's the problem child. Here's the summer squash that, you know, I keep saying there's a few leaves that are not doing so great, and I just keep clipping it back. But I really do think it's the plant. So let me just see if there's a better screen. So you see that little very bottom, that little seed can? That is where I can take the seed can down and walk around and give you a live shot that's close up. But I don't have enough wire. The individual's coming back to do that. So he's really great, but just super, super busy. Okay, so I'm just gonna get in here and I'm gonna trim a little bit because I see a few more leaves that are kind of icky. I don't want to, you know, devastate the plant. But there's one that I just don't think it's gonna make it. I just think that there's just doesn't like it. So we're gonna take him out and we're gonna move one of the other ones around to kind of fill that spot. And this guy, I gave it some thought last night and just said, you know, I'm gonna keep fighting with this thing and it's not worth it. It's, you know, but it's got a good stem. I will give it that. It's got a nice, you know, no root rot. We actually looked at it the other day, and it's got a nice supportive stem, but I don't know, it's just not, it's not doing what it needs to do. So we're gonna go ahead and just say goodbye. And we will reuse that in just a second. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reevaluate what's in the tower, and as things start to grow, that is like a prime real estate spot. And I want to see if I could move somebody that would be, they would do better there. Kind of thinning out the crowd, if you will. Like there's one on top here. And this is another one that I just don't think it's going to make it. So, you know, I probably won't put anybody here. So I'm going to get rid of this one too. And I'm going to just gently, remember, when you take something out of the tower, just be very gentle, pull the roots without trying to break them. And again, there's no root rot. It just, it's not doing what it needs to do. I started out with 10, and you know, you're going to only keep the ones that are really, really doing well. And let those, that's the secret, let them get really big. And that's where you're gonna get that grocery size fruit. if I keep this really, really crowded, then it's not, you know, they don't have the opportunity to grow. Like here's one that looks like it's doing well. It's not really giving me a hard time. Let's see if I can, and it actually has a little piece of fruit right there. What's going to happen is it's underneath and it's going to get shadowed. I'm going to keep it inside the trellis. You know, that all looks really, really good. So I think what I'll do is I'll put this one here. It's so funny. Look at the root system. It's like growing flat. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and just stuff that root right there. Give it an opportunity to spread out. And it's got one leaf that I don't like. It's back here, and that just could be lack of light because it was already getting shadowed from this guy back here. It's really good. And what I should do, if I can, is move it down. We're going to be doing some, we're going to spend a minute here because I just thought about this and it's not the tower. We went over that yesterday. It's just, it's about letting them grow as big as they can to produce. And if I move this one down, they can be here and this one can grow up. But the question is, can I do it? Because it's pretty big. I just want to, and there's one on the other side, so there's 3 right here. That's too much. So I'm going to give it a whirl. I'm going to chance it. I just have to get this stick inside and then drive it down and back. And then once I've got the net pot kind of out and wiggly, I'm going to just tip it forward. There we go. Hear that little click. Now, what you're going to fight against is I've got leaves. I've got big leaves, and I'm going to want the root system to get compromised. So I'm going to do this blindly. Cutting gently on the roots. Wow, there's a lot of roots here. A lot of roots, wow. And you're probably going to break a couple. So now I can't take it out of the trellis. I just have to feed it gently down. And a lot of times we're kind of doing this blindly. And I need to whip these roots. I'm really hoping you guys can see this because I'm not going to be able to get all the roots, so I'm going to just break that. And, wow. And I can't see, and I kind of can, but the root, it's like spaghetti that needs to be cut. And I don't want to pinch. There we go. All right, so now what I want to do, I really hope you guys can see this. Awesome, that's actually a really good shot. Okay, so now I just want to fan out. What do we got? So I got this guy on the top, which is fine. And I got this guy over here. And what if I spin a little bit so you guys can see what I'm talking about? Ooh. So this is going to continue to grow and this is going to get shadowed. So this is where you make those decisions. Maybe this one, this is going to continue to grow out. So usually the bottom ones, I mean, there is one over there that does pretty well. I could move it. Move this down here and just really let it air out. There's a leaf over there that I don't like though. And this leaf back here, for right now, I'm going to turn it back because it's going to get splashed by that guy and it will just create havoc. So I do think I got to move this. Let me just think about that for a second. Okay, we'll go to Aeroponic. computer. I can't believe we have a computer down here. I'm so excited. That was my birthday present. I really wanted it. You know, I know I've invested a lot with the cameras, but I said to my husband, because my birthday is coming up, and I'm not going to tell you, but it's coming up in a week or so. And I just said, I really do need the second camera because I can't keep running up and down the stairs. And if a camera goes down because of our internet, he knows how bad our internet is. I need to be able to correct it. Oh no, look, he's going to take off and fly. Stop hurting, he's mad at me. I'm moving his home around. All right, so I am going to move that guy down. Where'd you go? I'm here on the light. All right, let's move him. I feel like it's like a college dorm. You're switching from year to year to the better location. I hope and pray you like your roommates. All right. Okay, I'm okay with that, I think. Yeah, because there's one down there. Let's see how that goes. I can always move it again. There's a really pretty one back here. Let me think. Nothing for a minute. The side looks just a little congested. That's gonna grow, that's gonna grow. In my mind, I'm just thinking, I know how big these get, so I may move one and space it. But which one is the question? This one's probably not gonna make it. Maybe. I don't know. We'll let that one go for now. But it just seems kind of wimpy. Oops. Sorry, buddy. I got that real big one. I put that there, and that can come this way. Alright, maybe we do that. Let's bring this one out. So let's go this way with the timer so you guys can see. It's so funny, you know. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and just think like, okay, what needs to be done? What needs to be done in the room? And I lay there and I go, the new summer squash tower, because I just know that there are certain things that I don't like that way. That need to happen. You see, it just, I don't know. You gotta just say our prayers with this tower, I think. Alright, I like that one there. I like this one here because it can grow this way. And it's next to, and I can control that. I just feel like this guy, or even this guy. I just want to give it ample room and light to grow. I feel like he could go up one, but then it's going to shadow this guy who's a newbie. Put the newbie over there. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take, this guy's going to get shadowed. So if I put him over here, he'll have an opportunity to maybe do what he needs to do. And then let's move this big guy up one. here. Tucking in all the roots. Sorry, you probably can't see that. Trying not to squash them, get as many as you can. And then try not to disrupt the flow, if you will, of the transplanting. In essence, that's what you're doing. So, okay, I feel like this guy's got a little more room to maybe do something. If not, he's gone. I'm going to put that pocket back in here. And there, I need to get over here so it doesn't splash. You don't want to get the leaves wet. This looks pretty good. And this guy can actually move up. Because I don't want to put anything right there because I think that's going to definitely, I could move this guy here and just, because he's going to get shadowed. Let's do that. Take that out. Put this over here. You just tell by the root systems too, how they're developing, and I can say this one's, mediocre, should be better. And let's put that in a pot back here. All right, prime real estate. So I kind of want to, these leaves they're not very forgiving, so when you move them around, they tend to, I can kind of fold it a little bit. You don't want them to layer because they will get a little bit of like moisture, and then the humidity will build up. I feel like there needs to be something there, but I think I'm going to leave that alone for right now and see what happens. Turn off my the sleeping setting, because when it does that, it stops the screen share. That was the work in progress, right, guys? But I'm just happy to have my early birthday present. So we'll position that. There's a little bit of water on top. I'm going to go ahead and wipe that. Keeping this nice and clean. So no algae builds up. All right, let's go and swivel around to the lettuce. I think we talked about this just briefly. The lettuce is just, again, I'm going to pull that leaf. Because it's shadowing the new guy. Don't want to do that. So I'm definitely going to have to use that top bunch because it's just growing out of control. These are a little bit old, so when I harvest, I'm going to obviously take the crown. Not too old, but you want to eat what you can. So not much going on here other than just we've got to think about using it up or feeding the horses and putting some new stuff in there. All right, let's move on. Let's see what's going on over here. Let's check on our summer squash. I harvested those couple and I think I cooked one last night. It was really yummy. I think we've got one to pollinate that's over there. Or did we pollinate that yesterday? Yep, yeah, we pollinated. Here, let me just show you. This is how you know. So when something needs to be pollinated, it's just kind of that light yellow, but see how that right there is almost like, I guess a good way of describing it would be dirty. It turns very dark, starts to close. That's how you know that you've done your job as a bee, and it will start to grow. So let's just check on the ones that were over here. I'm just gonna pull off some of these old flowers. We've got this guy down here. He's really gorgeous. I'm gonna let him continue to grow. I'll just touch that end to make sure it's not wet. Although I am a little concerned about this stem. It's a little wimpy and it's carrying that big fruit. So I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna lift you guys up. And I'm just gonna start to look for any cracking. No, it looks to be, the top looks great. And it just comes all the way down with all that new growth. So I don't see any cracking. And then this one, I feel like these towers, they cycle, and for, you know, you'll get a bunch of little stuff, and then all of a sudden you'll get, like, there's one, there's two that are ready to come off. These guys, not yet. It cycles. I think there may be one over here. Here's one that's gonna pop pretty soon. There's that one. Yeah, I mean, there's one down there, little. We'll let that one go. And of course the celery. Gotta clip that back. All right, let's get to the good stuff. So I posted in the post area yesterday about the watermelons and like findings. I can honestly say that there are a couple, but I can say this one in particular, it's definitely pollinated and it's growing, and I'm watching it, and it's right there. So if I put my hand behind it, you can kind of see it. Just every day it keeps filling out just a little bit more and more. Let me see if I can find something that would be represent the size. Oh, I know. I can use, I've got a tablespoon. So this is just a 1 tablespoon. So if we did that, then that would give you an idea of how big it is. And as we go through time, you'll be able to see as it gets bigger and bigger. And remember, this is on a, somebody remind me of a tablespoon, please. I'll probably forget. It's on a loose stem. Now, I'm not gonna adjust the lights because that is part of why I think it's doing so well. That it's pollinated, and then it found the light source that it likes, and it's on this very flimsy branch that's not attached to anything. So I'm gonna leave it because it's not heavy as of yet. I'm not gonna worry about it. But the minute it starts to get really full and round and get a little more weight to it, I'm gonna have to find a hammock or build one, and I'm gonna do it from the top. So we'll attach it way up there and then support it, let it hang in it. Maybe if I tie a couple of those green grocery bags together, that'll be the hammock. I'll have to work on that. But that is the secret. If you watch the playlist on the watermelons, you'll see that's kind of how I did it last year. And I honestly didn't know what the heck I was doing. I was like, okay. There's one down there on the, this would be good if this one is pollinated. Yeah. So I'll bring this down. I think it's pollinated and it likes the light source that it has, but it's not as big as the other one. And I love the fact that it's resting on this because I won't need a hammock. It will just grow. So there are a couple other ones that I've got my eye on. And how how I can tell that they're growing another way is, let me just get to this one over here. See how the stripes are getting just a little bit more pronounced? That's how I know it's stretching. Like here's one. Oh, the light in my eyes. Right there. That's a maybe. I think it's pollinated, but you know, is it viable is the question. Don't know yet, but we know that front one is. And then of course we've got our zucchini, excuse me, our cucumbers. I'm gonna go ahead and clean up some of this. It's kind of a, did you guys see the flicker? That's what I mean about our electricity and our internet. It's nuts. So let me switch the screen. I think the other camera is a better view. Right. Yeah. And I can move this out of the way. So you can see the whole thing. Okay, good. All right. So let's just do some cleaning and some pollinating. We didn't do a whole lot yesterday, but I definitely want to do that today. And make sure that I'm tall enough. Yeah. Okay. Just clean up these flowers. Slide this underneath, kind of shake it a little bit. And the close-up, as you guys know, I say it every day. I'll load it in a little bit so you can see it. Ooh. I touched something, man, I'm itchy. Must have been the summer squash. So I'm just looking for things I need to pollinate. This big guy up here, he's pretty big. I should probably harvest him before it breaks. I think I will. Let me go get some scissors. He's pretty good size. All right, so if you watch, I'll show you. It's just a lot of torque on that stem. It's a lot of torque. So, this guy looks, and you can just kind of tell by the stem gets taxed and the leaves start to droop a little bit. So I'm gonna leave this up there until it just fills out a little bit more. That one down here. So I like to keep an eye on all the stems and the integrity of them. Otherwise they will just, they'll crack. They'll get a mini crack and then all of a sudden you'll come down and that whole stem, wherever it's attached to, will be limp because it got cut off. I'm just gonna turn this off for a minute. It'll get cut off from its supply of water and nutrients. All right. Let's do a quick tour to see, and then I'll turn this one off because otherwise anything over an hour, it's hard to download. So we got, you know, a bunch there, still growing. See, so see how I have to, there's two right there that are pollinated. I've got one balancing just because it's on one of those little wimpy stems. And these guys right here, they're pretty good size. So once they all start to really grow and pollinate, you just better like eating cucumbers because you get a lot of them. There's one actually in the back I can see that's filling out way out back. Let me see if I can zoom in on them. Right there. Okay. All right. I will post this in a little bit. It's just too hard to do anything over an hour, but stay with me. All right, so this guy right here shot up. So I'm just gonna, I like to pick. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just put a little light so you guys can have some light.
I like to take, I hold the bottom head and I feel bad. So I just want to take that seed off and give it a little bit of, help. And like I said, these guys they're good. So this one right here, I might just very carefully. I know Mother Nature can handle it. If they come off real easy, I'll do it. Like that one's still stuck, so I'll just leave that one. But here's another one it's just starting. If I can take my nail in, it's like needs to split a little bit more. So I'll leave that because I don't want to break it. But these four, like I said, what's today, Tuesday? I'm telling you, I would say these three, maybe that one. Maybe that one. But I'm curious because usually when they pop up like that, they grow up and they grow down because it's on a heating mat. And let's just see. Ready? Do we have a root? Yes. Right there in the corner, I can see just a little tiny white spot, and that's usually those massive roots that they produce. So I'm going to push that all the way down so it gets water. And of course I'm super nosy, so I'm going to go ahead and take a look at this one. I don't see a root there. It's kind of like, watching something bake and they say, don't open the oven. I'm like the first person to be like, are they done? And I open it. So these all look really good. I'm going to leave these uncovered for the day so you guys can have the seed cam and watch them. I am going to just dump the water. It's in that cover. Make sure there's enough water in both of these. Ooh, this looks a little, let me just tip this way. These guys are getting a little bit leggy. I think I'll wait till I get over to the lettuce and see. I pulled out some lettuce last night for dinner. Came down in my jammies and grabbed a cucumber, some lettuce, some tomatoes, and we made burgers. We call it Burger Monday on the grill, and I make a nice big salad. So it was really yummy. I have a dressing too that I love, that I make. It's super yummy. It's like I used yellow French mustard. Let me just back out of this one just for a little bit. And I take, I don't really measure. It's probably, just squirt it into a container. And then I mix a bunch of like real honey into it. So if anybody has allergies this time of year, you definitely want to be ingesting local honey from a farm stand if you can get it. It will help. It'll help with any allergies that you get going on naturally. So I'm good right now, but I definitely do have them like late summer. Anyway, so I put honey into the French mustard and then take Tabasco sauce. And then you just kind of mix it in there. And it's really, really good. It came from, I think I mentioned this salad a long time ago. Cheesecake Factory, they've got this country fried chicken salad. And it's just basically lettuce with all the veggies and these little chicken chunks. And I remember researching the dressing, and they just said this is what it was. They didn't give me specifics, but I'm like, I can figure that one out. But I'm telling you, it's a cheap dressing. And honestly, as salad dressings go, if you're looking to be heart healthy and calorie healthy, when you think about it, mustard has no fat. There's really nothing to it. I call it a superfood. Honey is just pure sugar. So your body will process it the way that it's supposed to versus the processed sugars that we have in our diet, which is the fructose corn syrup. And that's what gets everybody into trouble in terms of, extra weight. It can cause inflammation. Our body does not know how to digest that. So it's in everything. But anyway, so the dressing is just the French mustard, fine. A little bit of honey, fine. And then Tabasco is just Tabasco. There's no fat, there's nothing to it. So as a dressing, this is super, super healthy. So give it a whirl if you like, healthy dressings. It's got so much flavor, and you control it, how sweet or how tangy. So mine, I got a little crazy with the hot sauce last night. I think it gave my husband some heartburn, so he was dipping into the ice cream, which then negated having a healthy dressing. Anyway, all right, back to the couch, guys. So I'm loving this, what's going on here. This all looks really, really good. I can see actually our first flowers. So let me just get up close so you can see them. I love it. So the first blooms right there, those little little white flowers right there. So when those pop, the flower's gonna fall off. And of course you guys are gonna be with me when this happens because we're like family now. And what will happen is the green bean actually grows from there. And so when that starts to happen, they're teeny tiny, super, super cute, and they grow very, very fast. So for the 4 plants, because we talked about this yesterday, being on this tower, I will say that, you know, they grow real fast, and I just feel like there's an abundance of foliage here. So I think, I don't know, I could have put a couple more down here, so maybe 6 plants would have been good. But we're gonna watch this as we go through time to see what the yield is. We won't pick any. I'll try not to, because I do like green beans, until we get like a full harvest. And then we'll go. 4 plants equals what's the harvest? Because I know when I plant out a whole, what did I plant out last time? It was a flex. I got 3, maybe even 4 harvests out of it. And what was a harvest? I think you can look back in the post if you're curious. It was one of these black containers. Let me show you these, like almost like takeout stuff. And these come with the Tower Gardens too. These little cheapo things that you can use as a nursery. These guys. And I would say, it was like a good portion. I would say maybe the first one was definitely over the top part. The second one was maybe level, and then the last one was beneath. But all in all, I feel like for, you know, what I planted and what grew was nice. All right, I just want to top the tomatoes real fast. Do my chores. Make sure they're all releasing the pollen. I won't be as aggressive this morning. I will be gentler. Yesterday I was a little aggressive. Sometimes when I'm in a hurry, I'm just like, okay, let's go. Shake them. Now to go back to the fan, let's just say that you're super busy. You got a super, super busy day, and you've got a lot of flowers on your tomato plant, and you're like, I don't have time today. What I would suggest, this doesn't take very long, but if you really want to make sure that you're getting them all, and I know I'm missing some like in the back, take your fan, put it on the floor, put it on a chair, put it on low, not where like it's shaking. You know, this could be fun. Let me do this since we're on camera. I want to show you the consistency of what you should do. I guess that comment from that girl just made my head spin. I'll just hold it, I guess, so you can kind of see. I want to get up close so you can see the vibration of the flower. So just bear with me. Hopefully, if I add this one, I'm not going to blow the power. Wouldn't that be awful? I've done that. I'll use the stick because it's outside. Okay. So the fan that I'm using, just so you can see, let me just make sure it's in the camera. I'll back up. It's just like a little Honeywell, I think they call it a tornado fan. I bought it at Walmart for like $10. Anything will do. But I want you to see what I'm talking about. You can do this. You can put it on the floor. I have it on 1. I'm going to back this out just so that you guys can really just get an idea of what I'm talking about. And don't think I'm crazy. Let's go 2. Is that 2? Yeah, that's 2. You know, rotate it around, but can you see the, yeah, you can. And then the other way would be to do this. So I'm gonna put you guys over here. I'm gonna bring all my chairs. Again, this is like, you've got a super busy day, and you've got a lot of blooms, and you don't wanna miss that window. That's actually pretty good. All right, so the fan, hold on. The fan is on 3. And obviously it can't get the whole thing, but it can get a good portion. So I'm gonna back up. It's just sitting on a chair. It's on the highest settings. Let me just get up close so you can see it. And this is the vibration that it's giving the front of the tower. This is 2, which is okay, but I think actually with this particular, that's the vibration that you want with a fan. And what I would do is, if I was like super, super busy, but you're still at the house, is, ready? Take the chair, right there, and then just swivel it. Swivel the chair and leave it there for a little bit, maybe an hour, whatnot. And then I would come center, think of a clock. Come to the other side. You get where I'm going, okay? And then you can even angle it. And if your towers are against the wall like mine, you could, come and put the fan at the very, very bottom and pull it out and just let it upskirt a little bit. So this is a lazy man's way of pollinating. Now, this does not work for cucumbers. It does not work for squash. It does not work for squash, cucumbers, melons, zucchinis. It only works for tomatoes because the tomato flower has a male and female property right in the same flower. So when you go ahead and you tap, it releases the fine powder onto from either the male to the female or female to the male. I'm not quite sure. But you see the dust or that little powder, that little talcum powder fall out, and that's how you know it's pollinated. And if you don't see it, then it probably already happened. So, I wouldn't sweat it. So I'm gonna go ahead and just move this back. Otherwise it's gonna get really hot. The minute the sun comes up, it hits the bubbles on the exterior part of the room. This room gets real warm real fast with all of the lights. All right, so let's go ahead and move on. Not much to report here other than, if you're following me day to day and you're watching the lives, you can see right there that what's happening. The foliage is growing like a weed. And you can already see some of the foliage just kind of like new growth from when we trim this back to now. And there's even a new flower right there. So it just pops and it fills in. Like, look at, by trimming it back, some people I know were like, don't do it. But I did. And this is all new foliage and new flowers. So don't be afraid. Get in there with some shears and some gloves. Do what you need to do. It's only gonna help the plant. So, okay, let's move on. The tomatoes are yummy, by the way. I had a bunch of them. I wish I had more reds. When I cloned that tower, I wasn't really paying attention to what I was cloning, just cloning, but I ended up doing too many yellow and not enough red. And the reds are, I can kind of tell them apart. The reds are kind of like right here. They just have a little bit different hue on the leaf. They're a little bit darker. Okay, so Mr. Broccoli, looking good. I just, it's loving it. The leaves are getting bigger and bigger. They fill out each day. Like, I just, really, really nice. I have to say that, with the pH and then the nutrients that get so high, it's gotta be really interesting to see how this develops. So, all right, let's get to the big boy. because this is always a challenge to see what's going on here, okay? I need my brush. Oh, I see a flower down there, guys. Look at the size of that flower. It's insane. All right, I'm gonna take you with me. All right. We're gonna go down, because that's kind of where all the work is. So right there, you can see if I move this right here, this is pollinated. I can see a little bit of growth. Once I get through all of this design stuff upstairs and computers and cameras, I have time-lapse cameras, and I really need to put one on there. Maybe today, because I do feel like that one's pollinated, and it's so fun to watch something grow with a, you know, like a 30-second, or, you know, maybe like a time it like a little bit longer, like every 45 seconds it snaps a picture, and then it just, you guys know what time lapse is, I don't need to tell you that. But it is super cool. I have a couple, like the beans, those are really, really impressive. All right, so I'm gonna move, I'm gonna try. Looking through the eyes a little bit, okay? All right, I know, guys, on the camera, I know you can't see deep in, but you know I'm gonna load this, I promise, and you're gonna see it. So the one that's pollinated, it's growing, and I can say that it's about, you'll see this, 2 inches below the reservoir top. And I have next to it another zucchini with a full flower that needs to be pollinated. So maybe it'd be really fun if I get this all the way to the ground and we go up into the tower, like kind of upskirted. Yeah, like that. Oh, you guys are gonna love this. All right, and then we got a flower. Let me just, I gotta sit. Get up, there we go. So, all right, so I know the flower's in focus, and I know that there's a flower over here. How do I do this? Okay, maybe what I do is do that. It's gonna cover it for a minute. I just need to get the pollen on here. Okay. Oh, you can kind of still see the flower. All right, so the leaf is, maybe if I push that, no, okay. I'm pushing it into the camera. I swear, as a gardener, you need like a third arm. And see how pretty this is? I just love it, you guys. I love it. I love, especially this. Because like it's satisfaction. It's kind of like that instant gratification when, you know, when you walk into the mall. Sorry guys, if you walk into the mall and you find like a pair of shoes you love, and then you're like, oh, they're not gonna have my size, and they're like, can I have a size 7? And they come out with a box, and you're like, ah! Like you just like inhale really deep, and you're like, yes, they have my size. Or, you know, or how about this? Like you decide to, you know, go shopping, and you've, you know, put yourself on that, you know, post-holiday recovery. I hate the word diet. Recovery, we'll call it recovery. And, you know, you go into the dressing room with a couple cute little outfits, and you come out and you're like, with a big smile going, they fit, thank God. So, yep. I love that post-holiday recovery. Some of my nutrition clients, they're like, you know, is this a diet? And I just, it's a 4-letter word to me. I don't like it. I like the word lifestyle. I like the word, you know, like healthy eating, or, you know, just living the lifestyle, living a better, you know, just trying to build a better version of you. And when you do that, honestly, magical things happen. They really do. I'm a very visual person, so when something like this, you know, kind of blooms like this, it's just magic to me. I can't use that because that's got mold on it. Gross. All right, that's what happens, man. If it's humid, they close up, so we'll use this one. Maybe I'll come back. It's just such a pretty flower. Like, I just want to take a second and just marvel over it because it's Mother Nature, man, at its best. So back to being a visual person. So sometimes when I'm doing nutrition clients, you know, they're doing their weekly check-ins with me. I hope you guys can see me down here, by the way. You know, I always paint a visual form in terms of like when you go to the grocery store or you go somewhere food shopping. Think of yourself on an island, and if it's not on the island, try not to buy it because it's probably not good for you. So especially if you're, you know, trying to, you know, feel and look a little better or healthy. I've got a gal right now, and obviously I would never mention names, but she came to me and she's lost 38 pounds by changing some habits and really just, you know, looking at things. She's kind of going through the change, and that's, you know, that's part of the problem. But you can manage it without going on hormone replacement therapy. And she's done really, really well. But then she gave me some news 2 weeks ago about her cholesterol, and it's, you know, unfortunately it's a hereditary thing. And I feel bad, but she can do it. You can do it, even if it's hereditary. You gotta just change a few little things, and the numbers slowly will come down. But you know, you gotta move. You gotta get outside. You gotta take a walk. You gotta just, you know, God gave us legs for a reason. Just gotta move them a little bit. And so she's gonna try it before going on a statin. Statins are evil. They're not good for you. There's a lot of research that shows, even though they say it isn't, that it causes dementia. And she's only 46. And she's just too young. She's too young to go on a statin. Do it through plants. Do it through Mother Nature. But, you know, get your protein in. And I'm not going to go talk about the shot. We're not going there today. This god-awful Ozempic and Wegovy, like, if you really, really need it, then sure, then yes. But this whole Hollywood effect of people taking these drugs to lose a little bit of weight is just wrong. There's at least two people that I'm looking at right now. One of them is Demi Moore, and one of them is Kelly Osbourne. Now, I know her dad just died, so she's probably very sad, very emotional, and she's probably just not eating the way that she should. But I will say that what she is showing the world is a very unhealthy image, especially for girls and boys. So I just hope that she, you know, feels better. I know she was very close to her dad, and just gonna move this up. So I understand that loss, that pain. All right, what else we got going on? So I wish her well. I hope I soon see some pictures of Kelly feeling better, looking better. She is a role model for folks, so hopefully she can get back to, you know, doing her job. All right, so the couple plants that we planted back here, those seedlings that we took off of the new zucchini tower, and we put them on the back side of this. Just gonna swing around, show you these guys right here and right here. They're single plants. That's the one that I did that little V tuck with the rock wall. Looks really good. So they transplanted nicely over here. My little workaround is still nice and tight on this side. Happy with that. Just looking for anything else on this that needs my attention today. I put a workaround on this just to take a little tension off of it. I did it that Saturday. Now this actually looks pretty good. I'm going to show you guys something. So sometimes when a tower, excuse me, a zucchini plant gets a little, I gotta get a knife, hold on. And this probably happened over the weekend when things, by the end of the week, everything's just a little off. So I'm just gonna cut, because I wanna show you this. It's gonna happen. This is one of the plants, not this main plant, but definitely the one in the back. So see right here, I just kind of cut the zucchini off and see, look at the flower. So the flower never opened, and see how it got a little brown? It just, something wasn't quite right. So I never opened, never got pollinated. So if you start to see a zucchini or even a summer squash, that the tip of it starts to turn brown, just cut it off. It's not gonna open. Don't lose any sleep. Definitely don't lose any sleep. Just, go ahead, remove it, call it a day, and just move on. I've had it happen numerous times. But make sure that when you do remove it, you remove it right at the stem. So I just want to go back and make sure I got it all. There's a tiny little piece. See if I can wiggle it out. So I got real close to the stem, just removing the excess. You can see right there where it was attached. Even that little piece will mulch down and create havoc with, powdery mildew. So get it off. All right. So this zucchini tower looks really good. I'm very excited to add in the roommates later this week, the ones that are in the nursery. Give them a warm welcome over here. But these guys look really good. Super happy. And the summer squash today, I don't know. Again, I go to, there's just a couple. The majority of this tower looks really, really good, except for what we talked about yesterday, this guy, and now this one. I'm just gonna cut a few more of these. There's new growth, for sure. But, if the whole tower was marbling, or whatever you wanna call that, then I'd be like, it's a problem. But it's just a couple plants. So, I really do think it's kind of survival of this. Who's gonna make it, who's not? Because I lowered the nutrients. I added just a little bit of water, taking it down. Thinking 2.4, where they were was too high. And now I think they took it down to 1.9. Let me just check it. I'm just curious. Make sure you guys can see. Okay. Okay, so it's reading 2.0. I don't know if you guys saw that, but 2.0. So, I'm really just comfortable with that. I'm going to take you on the back side. So you can see. So it's just those little, right there. I don't get it. But anyway, it doesn't matter because I will just rip them out. If it's not going to provide and serve new food, then I'll move on. So if the whole tower, this is just my point, if the whole tower was like that, then I could see, there's something wrong. But if you look right here on the back side, these guys look really, really good. Especially this one and this one. And this one to the right, actually in this one too. So look up here. There's already fruit. Now, will they actually be fruit? Probably not, because I don't have the, well, I do have flowers over there, but I sometimes will just pick those little guys off to just get the plant to grow a little bit bigger, girthier. So I really just do. I just do think that it's just, for some strange reason, it could be a bad seed. So more than not, I'm probably just going to take the ones that just don't look good, and the ones back here that are doing really well, they're going to get crowded real fast. So what I'll do is, you know, I started with 10. I'll probably end up with 4 to 6, and I'll just roll with that and move them around, give them some, you know, some more room. More room, that means more nutrients, more space, bigger fruit. So let's go to our lettuce. I was looking at the lettuce last night when I was making a salad. And obviously this guy is, you know, it's still kind of coming into its own. It's starting to darken a little bit. But I will say that this bunch, I used a bunch like this last night, that it's starting to, oh, do I have a net pot for that? Hold on. I don't like, if you can see this right here, I don't like open ports, and I didn't realize that must have been last night. There we go. This particular, see how it's just, it's getting, and it's starting to, I don't think that's bolting. It's getting too big. So what I'll do is, I'll probably take that out later today, and then just plant some of the new stuff, and just eat the red, because this stuff is really, really yummy. I mean, so is that, but it's just, it's starting to be, what, too old. And you gotta just turn it over. If you can't eat it, then, you know, definitely, like I do, go feed horses or rabbits, not in your yard, obviously. Or, you know, donate it to a food pantry. All right, let's go to the zucchinis and check on them. All right, so I see one right there that we gotta pollinate. I need my glasses. I can't tell, do we pollinate that? No, it's fresh. Sometimes within the first day or so, when you just lightly pollinate something, it gets those little tentacle things inside will turn a darker shade, almost orange. And I was looking inside to go, did I actually pollinate? All right, so there's 2 that I need to pollinate. So we'll do those. Everything looks pretty good. Let me just see if this pollen is viable. Yeah, all right, there's a little in here, so we'll start with this one. I got a little bit of pollen. This was an old flower that had curled up. Try to be careful not to, you know. So I'm gonna scoop up the bottom first. And this actually looks pretty good. It doesn't look sticky. I'm gonna support the bottom. The water is so loud sometimes. It's so funny how they get synced. The timers on these, they're not accurate. Even on the lights, sometimes I have to adjust them. They're supposed to go off at 9, and then recently I've been noticing, because I can see the downstairs from the living room, it's 9:15, no, 9:20. I can hear click, 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 click. All right, let me get another flower. The timers on the towers have a mind of their own. Okay, what do we got in here? I need some flowers, guys. I got some older ones. I don't see any new ones that are open, so we'll go ahead and just peel that. And then just, so see right there, This is a really good example. So it's just starting to mold. And that's just because it closed, it's dying, it's composting down. This side right here looks relatively, you know, fine. Most people would probably just swipe it and grab it, but I'm concerned that this area is contaminated to this side. You know it's gonna go there eventually. And if I were to scoop that off and put that in there, would it mess up with the pollination? I don't know for sure, but I'm not gonna risk it. So I'm just gonna toss that flower and look around for something else. Why chance it? Ooh, we got two tiny little summer squash on that new growth. I'll show you that in a sec. Oh, this is lovely. Okay, this is good. So I ripped this one open. And I like to, when they're closed like that, I just kind of like to peel it a little bit because there's still pollen on the bottom and you don't want to waste it. It's like gold. So I always just try to grab that excess. Scoop from the bottom. I scoop from the bottom. And just lightly coat it. I think that's okay. I'm gonna save this because I've got one right here. Move that light, just well, no, actually we might need that, so let me, I think I can tilt this with one hand so you guys can, yeah, there we go. So again, just, I'm gonna grab that back side so it doesn't get swiped by the back side of the flower. They're so pretty. And such a pretty yellow. I never used to be a big yellow girl, but I do, I love it. I feel like it's like sunshine. Makes me happy. And see how the pollen is still sticky? That's just because it's a little bit older. And when it's fresh on a bloom and you go to grab it, it slides right off. But there's, you know, because it's humidity in here, it just gets a little sticky, like wet snow. We've talked about that. All right, I don't see any other flowers, but I'm gonna remove that one. Oops, that's not gonna make it. Okay. Here's one, not gonna make it. That's okay. There's many more in here. All right, what's going on here? All right, you guys, take a look at this. Take a look at that. Remember I talked about the coiling of these leaves? Look at the summer squash. That the leaves are contorting the summer squash into a, you know, like a U shape. And it's kind of open. I don't know, I'm gonna try to rub a little bit of pollen and see what happens. I don't hold a whole lot of, you know, hope for this, but we'll give it a whirl and see what happens. But it's because they grow like that. It's so weird. Okay, but I do want to show you this. So this is that broken stem, just a little update. And look what's happening. Right there. Got a little summer squash there. And again, they're probably not gonna amount to a whole lot, but it just, I'm willing to let this go. I'm gonna, oh, that doesn't look good. So, I don't know, maybe I'll cut that. But probably because it's, you know, little. Oh, what do we got going on here? Let me tilt this up. That one's growing. Got a little bit of, oh, that's a nice one. See this shiny finish to that? Oh, love it. And And then this is just about ready to harvest. See how it's turning gold versus that light yellow? It's almost, you know, almost overripe. So maybe what I'll do is, let me just check on that one too down here. That's getting kind of yellow and gold. Some more flowers in there that I didn't see, but you know what I'll do is I'm gonna grab some pollen. Look at that. I'm gonna go put it back in that flower. And then come around. I thought there was one on this side. Well, there's two there. Those are still a little, but there's one under here. Can you guys see that? Yes. Right there. And that one's getting a little gory. So I think what I want to do is I want to harvest these. So let me just back up. I'm going to harvest two. The ones I think are just getting a little too gold. Okay, I've got scissors around here somewhere. Here we go. The one on the bottom, for sure. I don't want to cut that leaf. Okay. So, you know, it's little, but if I get another one, I'll get plenty for dinner. Because I've got some zucchinis that are in the fridge. I'm going to leave those and see. They're still shiny. So I feel like I got a little more growth out of them. But the one that's up here is turning a little gold. So I'm actually going to twist that one. And twist it. Just because it was in there. Alright. So, you know, definitely got some keep those summer squash. What do we get going over here? This has a life of its own. It just keeps growing, growing, growing. I'm gonna just take a quick peek at what needs to be pollinated. Got some good growth. So here's a perfect example of don't let things grow close to the lights. Overnight, these guys just decided, hey, let's have a party and attach to the light. No, let's not. Let's go over here because they're growing into the light. No. They can attach all they want to something else, but not growing into the light because that's gonna just cancel that right out. All right, so I don't really see a whole lot going on there. There's a few that need to be pollinated, but not a big deal. I want to get in here and just check on our little friend, which is right there. It looks good. I do see like the bottom, how it's becoming a little more swollen. So it's filling out. So I can honestly say that that's probably going to be our first watermelon. And again, I'm going to leave the lights alone because clearly whatever that watermelon right there wants, it's very, very happy between the light, the position of it. The only thing is that it's not attached. So, but I'm letting it do its thing without relocating the end of that stem. And there's a ton of flowers on the top part, but they're just flowers. There's not a whole lot to pollinate. I'm gonna do things. It's just nice to see that there's finally some flowers. Thank goodness. We were struggling on the struggle bus with flowers. We got another one over here. Let's just take a peek. Here we go. Oh, right there. Let me come this way. Come down. Right there. So same thing, you're getting some really good vertical lines, showing that it's pollinated, filling out. These are sugar babies, so they're not gonna get, you know, gigantic. They're gonna get the size of maybe a grapefruit. So again, this thing is just, you know, it's mammoth. This whole thing is just, you know, crazy, crazy big wall. All right, let's take a little tour of what's going on here, making sure that no other leaves are struggling. Got a big boy right there. And then we got some nice guys right there. The twins, double trouble. Another set of twins up there. So, and then I move the light for this guy right here. I should cut that leaf. Let's do it. By cutting this leaf will allow just a little more light. See how that just brightened it? So now that can develop just a little bit better. And maybe, what's going on there? Let's cut that one too. Just, yeah, there we go. Now it's got some real nice light. All right. Just so you can see, it's gorge. She's beautiful. So I'm gonna pollinate a little bit here. Beans, and again, the up close will get loaded in a little bit. When I initially planted these, I only had a few seeds. So there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, maybe 5. But as you can see, these leaves get large and they really do fill out. And I was trying to get more seeds, but they were out of stock, which is weird. So I just went with what I had. So I went ahead and just planted the seeds that I had, and it's actually doing okay. I've got the flowers right here. I had this massive stalk going crazy. I cut that yesterday because it was beyond the lights. And you know, there's another one that's kind of going a little rogue too, that I might just cut that one down too. I don't like things to grow above the lights. I want to keep the lights, the integrity of that top of the tower to the best of your ability. Keep it free and clear, because if you notice, and let me just get up close. This is something, if you're using these systems, see these vents right here? These lights are generating heat. The lights itself, the wands, I mean, if you were to touch them, they're not hot. They're just, you know, they're just warm. But the unit itself is, you know, is generating electricity. So if you have plants that are up against that grate, I'm not going to say it's going to cook them. It's not going to do that. But it's airflow. So just try to keep things to the best of your ability away from it. Now look at, on the tomato, this is a project that we'll do this week. This is the cloned tower of tomatoes. And see right here, it's just starting, you know, it's just starting to go there. So it just needs to be pruned back. It's getting a little bit leggy. And you're like, what do you mean by that? What do I mean by that? So this type of a stem right here, this is just a long leg. And when the tower, this particular variety gets like that, I like to just prune it back. Before I would be like, just let it go. Just let it go crazy. Let it just do its thing. It's going to flower. It's going to grow fruit. It's going to ripen. It's going to give you tomatoes. But what it does is it just gets really, really concentrated. And it ends up, I'll give you a little, like right here. We just pruned back this. That is one of the videos that's in the loop for the afternoon. You'll be able to see that. See how concentrated that is? It's really, really thick. And I've talked about powdery mildew till the cows come home. You just don't have any airflow. And you might get a flower. Look at, I've been waiting for a red tomato for the past couple of days, and right underneath it, you'd never even see it. So there's one over here too, I'm gonna pick it. I have just so much yellow. Anyway, so what I like to do is get in here and just prune a little bit so that it not only gives it airflow, but you'll be able to see when there's tomatoes that are in there that you don't even know that are in there. And so they ripen, and then the next thing that happens is they split. They start to grow mold because they're in the perfect environment, which is just a disaster. They'll start dropping on the floor and making a mess, and you get the powdery mildew that's close to the net pot. So I've learned with the tomatoes, as easy as they are with this particular seed, you can clone them, put them in the towers, and let them be. But then you just have to clip back the unruliness. That's basically what's going on here. And they do great. But while I'm right here, we all know my toothbrush, not my toothbrush, but the tomato toothbrush. That would be gross. I just, if you're pollinating and you just gotta tap them. Don't be too aggressive. I guess I'm being a little aggressive this morning. Just tap them. You want to release that white pollen. And as part of my daily chores, is kind of what we're doing right now. Just tap them and get that powder out. And then you know that they're pollinated, and then you'll start to see the little teeny tiny tomatoes, green tomatoes start to form. And you'll start getting those beautiful, beautiful clusters that look like that. Okay, like that. And they will ripen faster too. So this is going on week 2 when we prune this. And these guys, when the lights are adjusted, they will start to ripen and you can harvest faster. And this, like I said, this is week 2. And when I did that video, you can kind of compare it if you wanted to the 2 videos. It's already, I can already see all this new foliage, and I can start to see right there and right there. Those are all new buds. So people probably thought I was crazy and how much foliage I took off of this tower. But really, I wasn't nervous because this is probably like the 6th, 7th, I don't know. I've lost count how many times I've cloned a tower. And all of this new growth. When your pH and your nutrients are on point, what happens? It grows like a weed. And so that's why you need to keep up with it. So let me just go back and just tap on the flowers that are in the back. Also too, by doing all of that pruning, it's giving me a little more longevity in that tower. I don't have to turn it over just as fast, because when I got in there and I started looking at net pots and sections of the tower, I noticed that the interior of the tower had no leaks, had no algae, and no mineral buildup. I was really impressed by that, because that's been going, that tower's been going on since November. So that means that I can keep it going for a little bit longer, let these guys ripen, while this one is in more of a state of flowers. So there's a few tomatoes like right into here, but there's more flowers, like clusters, than there are, tomatoes. So this is in the stage, I'd call it not the beginner stage. It was probably intermediate, where we're getting the flowers, we're getting the tiny tomatoes, which then will continue to grow and they will ripen. But it's definitely time for a haircut. Just to, clip it back just a little bit, like this guy's ripe, and I can take him off. Put that in the pile for tonight. I'll probably take some more off the other tower too. So why don't we keep moving? I am really excited for the green beans to start to blossom. They're there, they're forming. And I just did all the water and nutrients yesterday. So let's skip over to this guy. This is the broccoli. So let me get up nice and close. And you can see right here, I actually, when I did the water and nutrients yesterday, I have to say that it was really on point. I think I had to bring the pH down just a little bit. I think I put like maybe a half a cap of down in there. but these guys are getting bigger, and I felt like the water level had gone down in the basin, which means that, you know, it can mess with your pH, but it can also mess with the EC too. That would be the nutrients. And it was a little bit higher. So I left it alone because I know that I need to get to, you know, the end result of broccoli being around 4.0. So it had gone, I think last week we adjusted it last Sunday to what was like 1.9. So when I checked it yesterday, it was 2.2. So I was like, you know, I'm just going to leave it alone. There's no need to really add anymore because I still feel like the leaves need to grow. They need to get really big. So you know, yes, am I in a hurry to get some broccoli? Sure, absolutely. But I don't want to rush the process and have yellowing or browning or spotting. This is my first time with broccoli, and I know that it's gonna get real big. So that is scary. The other thing that I did on the big boy, this is for the newbies. This is I love this tower. This is my favorite tower because it's so big. This is the zucchini seeds that you just saw over in the nursery. This is what they can grow up and be. There are only, I think, 4 plants on this right now. 1, 2, 3, 4 mature. We cut a couple on the back. The one thing that I did off camera, which I probably should have videoed it, put this camera like underneath it, like upskirted it. There were a lot of old foliage, and I got underneath and I trimmed away with a knife and scissors. I was like laying on my back, like going up into the tower, like way up into the canopy in here, so that I lightened the load. And I also got rid of the old foliage. There was nothing wrong with it. They were just old, and they were just layered on top of each other, so there was no airflow. So I'm just trying to keep, you know, the integrity of this tower because I want to keep it going. And you know, it's still looking really, really good. So I did put a couple workarounds to hold this stem because it's coming out. It's starting to grow beyond the tower, which is just fine because it's way up here. As you can see right here, it just goes all the way down. Now the foliage goes beyond, it goes down. And so there is some fruit. Is there fruit? Yeah, there is. There's a pollinated zucchini that's down in there. Let me just get down a little bit so you guys can see that. We did that one the other day. Move the light for you. He's right there. And then over here, we've got this guy right in here that's pollinated. He's growing. And then the crazy thing is I was live on Saturday, and the platform that I used to stream, I don't know, it was new, so we all had to do the updates, and something happened. So I'm gonna get down because there's one on the very, very bottom. You can see it. I have to move the leaves for you. It's right there. And then you've got one that's gonna probably pop open tomorrow. I need to adjust the lights right back on that. Keep it going. I did a kind of impromptu harvest on camera slowly. And then I got upstairs and realized that the platform had a malfunction. So it didn't, one of the cameras on the wall shut down, which then shut down the stream to YouTube. So you guys missed the whole thing. It was so disappointing. Oh well, that's just technology, I guess. All right, so this is the zucchini. Let's see what's going on there this week. I know the big boy's fine because I worked on this most of the weekend. Just checking the ones that I planted. They all look really good. I'll take you back here though. So remember last week, we moved these from the tower that's behind me to right here. They all look really, really good. They're sharing a light. I'm just gonna center that just a little bit more. They're sharing this light because I need those on that side pinpointed to where I have fruit that's pollinated. But see how big these leaves get? They're just beautiful, and I love the leaves at this stage because they feel like velvet. Once they get to this stage down here, you have to be careful because they've got thorns. and they're vicious. So this is the one that we planted. And you know, in a little bit, this tower will look, you know, like the other. But this guy down here looks really good, really healthy. This is just, sometimes when I plant these, so there's 2 plants in there. I plant 1 or 2 seeds, and sometimes one will do just fine, both, as you can see on the bottom, that's 2 plants. But the majority of the zucchini that are in here, it's just 1. These guys are doing really well. This particular seed, I don't know, I can't tell you guys, this seed just loves the tower. The amount of zucchini that I pulled off, and I'm not talking little, I'm talking huge. So if you want to go back in some of the posts or some of the, videos that I've done, I'm pulling off summer squash, zucchini that's beyond grocery store. It's literally, I think I've measured them out to be like 12, 13 inches, you know, in the girth of it is quite large. All right, so let's move on to summer squash. Our little summer squash. So I dropped a video on this where we were having a little bit of a problem with some of the leaves, and this one is struggling. I don't know why. I think it's just, it's the same seed as this. So what is going on? You would think that it's doing just fine. I got a cover in here for algae. There's no algae. So it's maybe some root rot. That's the only thing I can think of. I can't really see that. But the ones that are up here, and even back here, look really healthy. And I planted them all at the same time. The nutrients are around, what were they yesterday? I want to say 2. I left them at 2. I dropped them down just a little bit. But I just think that I'm probably going to end up pulling it out. And that's what happens when you plant. I don't plant out the whole 20. So if that's the other thing I'll mention for anybody that's new here. I build my towers a little bit shorter. I'm sure you guys have seen people on TikTok, you know, even on YouTube, maybe in Facebook. I haven't seen that gentleman. But he builds these massive towers, and they're outdoors, and they're able to grow a lot of food. And I think that that's fabulous. But the one thing that I don't want to do is get up and down on a ladder. I've watched a few of those videos where he's pulling off these massive heads of cabbage or broccoli, and he's on a ladder, or the woman that's helping him are on a ladder. I don't want to do that. So I'm 5'4", and you know, I'm kind of right here. So to lift these lights off, I've got to get underneath them. They're not heavy, but they're awkward. So I've learned that even with the shorter stack, not putting a baby green section, I've got 20 nut pots to plant. And that honestly is plenty. It's plenty, but I've got lots of towers. So if you only have 1 tower and you want to do a short stack and maybe add a baby green section, do it. I totally encourage you to do it. I think it's, you know, that's great. Or get a second tower, you know, that's the other thing that you could do. But I like the shorter stack because I'm able to get to them. I don't have to get on a ladder. I don't have to, you know, really just be out there. And you also have to, you know, think about the pump too. When the pump is all the way up, it's pretty forceful. But when you keep building it higher and higher and higher, you're putting stress on that pump that's on the bottom. So, you know, just be aware of that, and be aware that that pump, if you're using these systems, need to be all the way up. The other thing too, one of the videos that are in the loop for the afternoon is watch the bottom, watch the basin. Things like zucchini and summer squash, you'll see over there in the cucumber, I think that's in the video. That is the roots. The root system just grows so fast. And remember, these towers are hydroponic, they're aeroponic. So they don't really need the roots in the water. They just need it to be wet. And that's what the timer does with the pump. So it turns on every 45 minutes for 5 minutes. Be aware of that. You don't want to do the outside schedule, which is 0. And they come on every, what is it? I think it's not once an hour. It's like, it's a shorter time. I'll have to look. I don't ever use it. But it's a lot of water, and they don't need that. That's a lot of wear and tear on your pump. So just be cautious of that. So that is our summer squash. So I feel all in all, if I had to score the tower, given that there are a few plants that are struggling, and I do think, you know, I'm just curious. I'm here. We have the time. Why don't we look? I'm just curious because I could pop this back in. I'm really curious as to why that plant is struggling. It's not the pH. It's not the nutrients. I'm just gonna get in here, and I'm wondering if it's root rot. No, it's not. All of the roots. So make sure you guys can see that. All of the roots are blonde, so all the way around, and there's no algae. So it's just being difficult. It's got the light. It all looks really good and healthy in there, so it's not that. You know, it's just struggling. Sometimes they just are fickle. It just, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's the seed. I have no idea. And just put that mailer thing back on. I mean, you've got the light that's right here, kind of right there. And everybody else in the tower was planted at the same time, and back here, everybody's very happy. I actually even have some tiny summer squash that they want to grow. I'll probably pick those, to be honest, because it's too soon for them to grow fruit. I want them to get a little bit bigger, and some people are like, well, why? You want the stem, you want the mother stem, which is, this guy right here that's, the root attached to the root system. You want that to be thick because that is the umbilical cord. So let me just get here and show you. That is the umbilical cord of the plant. The thicker that this gets, the more longevity that you're gonna have. So if this guy starts throwing off, little teeny tiny summer squash, which is this seed, I just wanted to focus on growing. Just get big, get strong, kind of like a kid. And once they reach that, that area that leaves are kind of popping over, then yes, let them do their thing, grow the fruit, you can pollinate it. On here, I'm just burning off some leaves, the baby leaves. We don't need those anymore. So it's better to get rid of these as they are underneath, and the only thing they're going to do is mulch down. So I'm just going to get in there and finish those off while I'm here and thinking about it. My only tip with this too, when you have open net pots, you can put covers on them if you want, but honestly, it's not necessary. I know people are going back and forth, and I actually did a video about covers. If you turn your towers over on a regular basis, you don't really have to worry about the algae. You worry about it when it's around the top of the rock wall, and you just use one of these covers. That leaf is bothering me. I'm going to cut it. I don't think that plant's going to need it. So I keep trimming it back, and new ones keep growing, but it's I don't know. We'll keep an eye on it, but I don't think it's something like that. I'll move one of the bigger ones around. Maybe we'll do that later this week to fill that. That's kind of like prime real estate when I look at it. And that's kind of what happened, with the big boy. Some plants didn't make it. And that's totally okay. Like, you just have to let it go, and you're gonna have some that just really thrive. So, and that's what happened down here. And I've learned that, yes, this one is a little bit higher, and that's okay. It will, work over the trellis. And then the bottom ones, they're okay as long as they're not blocking the pot. Obviously where you put the water, check your pH, things like that. I let this one be an exception to the rule because it is kind of covering, and that's why on Saturday I got underneath to trim some of that foliage because it's not getting light. It's barely getting some, airflow. So I just figured all of that foliage is just, you know, it's laying one leaf on top of the next, on top of the next, when I just need it to, you know, remove it. So if you look down, you can actually see the top of the tower. When you can't see the top of the tower, you need to, you know, kind of cut things back because you need access. So, you know, stay tuned on this one because I know myself. I know I'm going to be watching this all week and then it's going to drive me crazy because I'm type A. And I'm looking at like this guy right here looks really good. And I've got one next door and these two are going to fight. So it's probably better for me to take the one that's next door, take this one out, toss it, call it a day, and bring this one to that prime real estate right in front and let it just, you know, do its thing. You know, move them around when they're a little bit younger so that you're not trying to do it when they're older. It's virtually impossible. If I try to move one of these, you can't. It's just, it's so big that you would break so many leaves, and the integrity of it would just, it would crumble. So I just learned to love her the way she is. But yeah, let's stay tuned on this one. Let's move on. All right, so we just talked about the integrity of the lights. The celery. So I like to grow my celery on top, and that is because it grows up. But what I was just talking about in terms of like trying to keep it away from the light, they are tall and the foliage kind of goes out, so there is a little bit of airflow, but I like celery. So I eat a lot of it. I'll put it into stews and soups and like tuna and chicken salads, things like that, egg salad. So I'm using it quite a bit. So I don't usually worry. But as you can see, you can barely see the dial. So that being, you know, is a problem. So I'm probably going to be pruning back like right here. And then this guy's a little bit flimsier. It's not cooking any of the leaves yet. Sometimes it will do that. And sometimes the plant is smart enough that it grows away from that heat source. It will go towards the light, which is here. And I should probably adjust these guys just a smidge so that as it gets taller, I'm gonna have one on that side so we can leave that one alone. But let me adjust that back one and maybe it will go upright. But when you grow celery, just, you know, a rule is you definitely want to put it on the top of the tower just because it's gonna get tall. Because if you put it down here, it's gonna come through and it's going to short you that top area of your tower. So you don't want to do that. So last week we gave the summer squash a little bit of a haircut. Sorry, my throat is very dry today. We pruned back a little bit of these leaves. Again, this is the same seed that's right next door. And they grow not like the big boy. They kind of, as you can see how the stem curls around? Let me just, if I can get up close on that one. Guys, bear with me if you know, with this, because it will get dropped and you'll be able to see everything I'm talking about. See how this loops around? This particular summer squash seed, it's the Survival, same company that does the zucchini. But what it does when it grows, it's three-dimensional. It will grow, the leaves will kind of curl all around. And then you'll get, you know, these, the heads down here. So, and they don't get super, super big in terms of the fruit. I have had a couple that grow. I think there's one in the back. We're gonna go take a peek at that one. All right, like underneath. Aren't those gorgeous, guys? Mother Nature is just pretty special, I have to say. Like there's a couple, you know, this one's got some room, it's got to grow, but this one's filling out. And I want to say, I think there's one on the bottom. We're gonna go underneath. So bear with me. I know you guys can't see this if you're just on the average live, but I will drop, I promise. So let's get in. Let's see what's going on. And you have to kind of go under. All right, so what do I see? All right. So see this little guy? See how they grow in clusters? So I'm just going to pull. It's going to come off. Never going to make it. And see these little guys? If I was on top of my game, I would be pulling those off too. Like, see this little guy? He's never going to make it. He's not going to make it. So I'm just going to pull them. And then there's a bunch of little ones up there that, you know, maybe they'll grow. We'll see. We'll leave them alone. But this one's getting good size. So we'll leave that alone. I think there's one over there. They don't get, you know, I don't know if you guys can see that. Right there. They're not huge, but they're like, I don't know, bite size, as Libby would say, because she comes over here and tries to jump on the tower and take them down. Did you guys see that video? That was a while ago on a live, maybe 2 weeks ago. She walked over to this tower and then she came over and she pushed it, and then it was enough for her to get momentum, and she grabbed it and she ripped it off the vine and she came over to the sofa and she showed me. It was kind of like a prize. And then of course, like, I'm live, which is, you know, ridiculous. And I'm like, I know I'm not going to get it away. And I'm the type of dog mom that I just ignore stuff like that. I don't, you know, try to, you know, be the, give me that. I never do that. I just, you know, I really just try to let her release it and ignore her, because the more attention you give it, the more she's going to run, you know, and just think that this is fun. So eventually I did get it away from her, and it had lots of bite marks, so I just had to get rid of it. So I kind of watch her now when she's down here next to this tower. Or I've got fruit, and it's on the low side like that one. She'll eyeball that in 2 seconds. And it's not that she, I mean, she does like cooked summer squash. All right, so here's one. I make her food. So, you know, she's used to, oh, there's some nice ones back here. So let me do that. You guys would enjoy to see that. All right. Come on. Let's go. All right. So I didn't see that one. This had some nice growth over the weekend. Right there. Hello. Hello, summer squash. And then there's one. I just put this up. All right. Bear with me. Right there. See how the leaves just wrap around it? Right there. And then is there, like, see, this is one right here. She could probably try to get that. I'll have to keep an eye on that one. So, okay, let's bring you guys back up. But for a little bit, this tower was giving me a little bit of a hard time producing food, but it's doing okay now. I feel like I've got a good variety and different stages to play, you know, to harvest. I don't like to pull too much off the vine at once. I mean, it will sit in the fridge and be fine, but if I can leave it on there and let it grow, I will. The summer squash, you just got to make sure that you don't leave it on too long, because it will get very dark yellow, and it gets, what's the word, like gourdy, like just more, it's, you want the outside to be more smooth than bumpy. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And the zucchini, I don't recommend that. When they get to a certain size, pull it, please. Do yourself a favor, because it will continue to grow, and as much as it's cute and the wall factor, it will break the stem. So you don't want to do that. And this is my lovely lettuce. This is the red. I think somebody commented, oh, look, your pH is off. No, this is the type of lettuce. There's a little bit of burning, but it's just getting to the point where it's ripe now. It's really big, and oh, there's a gooey one. Let's get that one. It's red. It's just a red lettuce. I think the seed, believe it or not, is really old. It came with one of the towers a long time ago. I mean, a long time ago. So maybe I'll harvest this one tonight. That looks really, really pretty. Really pretty. And then you can see right here where my fingers are. That's the new stuff I put in. That one and that one. So as I harvest, I know I've said this a few times, but if you're new here, there is a method called cut and come again. I'm sure you've heard it. And where you cut down below versus from the crown so it continues to grow. But I like just the fresh. So what I do is I will go ahead and harvest this whole thing tonight. Bring it upstairs, clean it, and pluck only the best. Sometimes I save it and bring it out to, like I said, Ocean Drive and feed the bunnies and horses out there. But I just like to rotate. So I got this one I can harvest, but then I've got 2 that are on the way, and then there's like 3 or 4 that are over in the nursery ready to go. The wonderful thing about the lettuce is it's really not difficult. So if you go to the site, towergardeningmadeeasy.com, you're going to see the different phases of vegetables that I like to grow, and lettuce is phase 1. When you can master this in terms of the pH and the nutrients, then go to your phase 2 plants. It's really quite easy. They don't like a lot of nutrients, so I know Tower Garden recommends, you know, X amount of milliliters. I go against that rule and only put, the EC is 1, usually I try to keep it at 1.0 or 1.1. The highest I let it go is 1.2. It doesn't need it. And it's in a flex, so that's 20 gallons. The most important thing is the pH. Lettuce likes to be on the lower side, so it wants to be between 5.8 to 6.0. Don't let it go above that, and if it does, you're going to get little burn marks on the very tips. So you can see probably last week it just got a little high. I adjusted it yesterday, and that's how fast your towers will go sideways. If you test it once or twice a week, you're good. All right, let's go see what's going on with the watermelon tower. This is the right side, the tower right. This is the center. This is the left. I just want to point out some really good things. I'm almost positive, guys, if you stare right there, I'm 99.9% sure that he is pollinated and growing. So I think we have our first watermelon of the season. There is a few more, but that's the one that I can really see that is working. There's one on the bottom. It's actually, it'd be super, this would be super if it was viable. It's actually growing on top of the tower top, which would be great because then I won't have to support it. It can just hang out there. It's getting plenty of light and looking great. So let's go back over so I can just take a little look to see if I need to pollinate. I did a lot of pollinating yesterday. Make sure your brush is always nice and clean. I've got some stems that are, I'll go like this so you guys can see me. I've got some stems that are a little going rogue. I don't want them on the lettuce tower. I want them to stay here. I don't want to break them. I'll just kind of wrap them in there a little bit. for some flowers. Sometimes what I do is I grab a flower and travel with it just because it is easier to pollinate. Cameras in my house the other day shutting off. So when it shuts off, it just cuts the live. So everything is fine. That and the water was too loud. All right. That all looks really good. Looks really good. I'm gonna just open up this window. It's a little humid. Good. I think that's it for this side. Let's just take a peek in the middle. I love the foliage because you can tell the older foliage, it gets dark just like the zucchinis, even the cucumber. When it's fresh and new, it's like this baby fern green. And as it gets a little bit older, it just darkens a little bit more, kind of like a darker, like a Christmas green. So that's how I know it's just growing and growing. I'm trying to leave. I want to get up close. Watermelons need a lot of light. So now that I know that I got this guy right there, I'm trying to be really careful with this light and not move it. The one that's right in front of us, right there. Because clearly it's liking it. So I'm gonna be really careful about positioning or changing it because it's right on it and I can just see that it's swollen, and that's such a good thing. I will say though that the branch, as it gets, I'm gonna have to do something about that. But right now I'm just letting it rest right there. There's this pretty flower above it, so I'm gonna actually take that. It's open. Once we get all of this live stuff done, in terms of like the computer down here and all that stuff, probably next week, I want to put together, and I've said this a couple times, a master class for pollinating, because there's just so much that people don't understand about self-pollinating, and what to look for. So sometimes, I mean, listen, if you got one flower, that's all you got, then you just got to work with what you have and just give it your best. But if you've got several flowers, then, you know, I termed this phrase, what was it, last week, and I love it. I gotta get a hat, be your own bee, which just basically means take pollen from several sources and look for things that need to be pollinated, but there's a way If something is completely open, think of a flower that's completely open and ready to receive. Keep your minds out of the gutter, please. But if it's ready to receive, and find a flower that's got, the opposite, that has the pollen on it, and it's open and it's light and you can scoop it. It's hard to see on a yellow brush, but you know what I mean, versus something that's somewhat closed and you're just scraping, you're just trying to get pollen out. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I will say, if you've got more flowers that have pollen, go around and just grab what you can, as much as you can on a brush, and then pollinate the one thing, obviously that needs it. But it really is the perfect, storm, or whatever you want to call it, in terms of having the flower be open and what needs to be pollinated completely open, because you'll be more successful. Especially, I think I just learned it with the zucchini. I learned that the different coarseness of the pollen, light and fluffy versus closed and kind of wet. It doesn't really work. But now that I've got the zucchini down to a science and the summer squash down to a science in terms of being vitamin D, it works. It works really well. So, and the same thing with the watermelon. This thing is a monstrosity, and I know eventually, I will find one here. It will just happen. It's kind of like last year. Is it ever going to happen? And you take your eyes off of one section for 1 minute, and the next thing you know, there's a watermelon that's the size of a golf ball. And whoa, how did that happen? It happened. So I noticed this one back here, and I just go, yeah, mama, that looks so good. I feel like it's getting a little bit bigger. And the next thing is I got to work on, supporting it, and that's where we're going next. With this tower and then the cucumber, we got an issue over there. So hang on, I'm saving the best for last when it comes to that. Because we talked about it last week, and I just was like, oh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, people. And it did. It did. All right. Did I see one over here too? All right, guys, come on over here. They love the light. Right? Where is it? Right there. It drops. Like, see how the stem, I gotta come around and go underneath the light. See how the stem, it drops, where's my finger? There, and then it's just really round. And I know it probably looks really big in the film, and it's not, but I can just tell by the stripes, I can tell by the shape that it's pollinated, and it's trying to do something, and it's really just loving the light from this wand. Okay. All right, I'm gonna leave the camera there for 1 second. I don't think there was too much on the back side, other than there are so many shoots. So many shoots. I might go back and do a little more of this later. But we need to get to the cucumber tower because, you'll see in a minute. Lots and lots of shoots on this backside, and I just need to tuck them a little bit so that they can find some light and not just be sticking out everywhere. But this thing is growing. I topped it off with water and nutrients yesterday. I'm keeping it at the 2.4. It's gonna stay at the 2.4. It likes it. Seems to grow really, really well. Let me see what's going on back here. I will say too that the watermelons, they love the humidity. The minute this room gets a little, for the average person, a little uncomfortable, it just starts to really take off, and that's what I'm seeing. It's going to need its own zip code pretty soon. That's how big it is. Kind of scary, to be honest, but let's work with it. That's not going to make it this flat. All right. Are you guys ready to see the problem child? Problem child of the day. And I don't mean Libby. She's actually good today. Okay, let's do this. Let me turn and get positioned here. Let me just go out, get a good view of the tower. Do you guys noticing anything up top? That's right, it's the green, they're called vegetable bags. And you can use them to put fruit in, but these are they're too long, so I've had to tie them. So I did a little bit of a MacGyver move yesterday on one stem. I'm gonna get some scissors, so I'm probably gonna just have to cut it. And I got this, just bring glasses in case I need them. Alright, so do you guys remember in a live last week I talked about as your towers develop, whether you have a full tower of cucumbers or you just have a section? Well, it's going to happen. You're going to have a vine that is not as thick, girthy as some of the other ones to support the weight of what? The fruit. And I came down yesterday with everything that was going on and saw these guys and noticed the leaves. They're just all wilted. So I've got 2 cucumbers kind of strung up. I took the weight off and I tied it up above in one of the grocery bags, but I think it's just too late. And I think what happened is there's a little bit of a cut. I don't know if you guys can see that, but I'm doing my best. Right there. I think that that's a cut. It feels wet. And that was the break. So when you have a stem, and it's nothing that you did, just let me just put that out there. It's just the nature of growing. And here's one that's right here. So I'm gonna back up so you guys can see this. Right there. See at the net pot how thin that is? And then it grew out and it's actually a little bit thicker. So we have a pollinated cucumber that's growing. And this bottom stem actually looks pretty good. So what I did was I just kind of went sideways with it for right now and held it in the trellis to take the weight off of it. But what we need to do now is address this situation. And unfortunately, there's no way of saving it. So I'm gonna go ahead and undo what I did yesterday. It's just, you know, it's like a pickle. So I'm just gonna, I don't know if you guys can see this or not, I'm just gonna clip it. And then this is on the same stem that's broken. So this obviously is a little bit bigger. And I'm gonna try to move these to the side. And I made a little hammock, so I'll just take that down. clips, reusable clips. There are, you know, things you can use. Michael's is a, you know, a good avenue. So the next thing I'm going to do, now there's two that are in here, so I'm just going to go ahead and clip one. It's just dead, and it's just because of the weight. So I have my glasses, so let's see. Where the braid was, and I think it's right there. It just pinched, that's what it was. So let me see if I can get this on camera. Guys, you'll see this in just a little bit when I drop it, but see how it creased right there? There's a pinch. So if I go on the other side, you can see how it was compromised, you know, by the weight, and that's why it died. So, I mean, I could have just left this and let it grow, but it's okay. I'm gonna just chuck it. The one thing I don't like, and more than likely, this little guy, he might make it. I'm not sure, but it's just so flimsy that it's not really worth it because of all of the roots. You know, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna save myself. I'm gonna take that out. And the reason I'm gonna take that top nut pot out is there's so many roots that are in there that are attached to the one that we just snipped, that if I leave it, they're gonna just mulch down. So, you know what, I'm just gonna save myself the aggravation, because it will continuously mess with the pH. Ooh, baby, this is tough. Oh, there we go. So when I take the nut pots out, take them out very slowly. Don't rip it out. Wiggle it. Get some momentum. Get your fingers in there so that you can get the root. And as you pull up, continuously grabbing underneath, so that you can get as much of the root as possible. I'm surprised that this wasn't more than it was. So, but again, not a big root system, not a big vine. And that's a shame. Let me just take a peek down there. Well, actually looks pretty good. So I'm gonna go ahead and just take this out, recycle my manure cover. And this is also an indicator. Okay, there's no root rot, looks really good. There's no algae. Let me just take this a little bit of, no, that's good. So let me take the root off. No, it all looks really normal and healthy. It's just, it didn't develop. It didn't develop the way it should have. But I'm also has an opportunity to look down there inside that component, and it actually looks pretty good. It looks pretty clean. So I'm happy with that. This is what I want to cut. So when you have now here's a good word, a wimpy stem. We'll call it a wimpy stem. Call it what it is, because that's what it was. And it doesn't work. You know, I don't know. I guess you could trim it. You could try to let it get thicker and then vine it, wrap it, see what happens. Outside, you probably have a better shot. But inside, sometimes you just have to make that call. And I can tell, like this one right here, this is wimpy. I don't know why this is so wimpy. Like this one's wimpy, but the sister plant looks so good. It's kind of bizarre, to be honest. Okay. So I'm going to go around and see what we got going on here. But like I said, you could use those grocery bags, and that's all these were. And I like to cradle them this way, but some people will open them up and put the fruit into it and then hold it, and then you can string it or put it, you know, like on an S hook or something. I don't have any S hooks, because that's why I did what I did the other day. But these are really, really handy. Also too, I think Michael uses a bag. You know those, they're like see-through, and they use them for like wedding favors. And they've got like a little ribbon, and you could like attach a hook somewhere and then just hang the ribbon. It just takes the weight off of the stem and the tower. So if I had a piece of fruit, you could just let it sit. My biggest thing with doing that is the stem. Okay, you gotta get the stem in there, and that's always been my issue. So that's why I do hammock style. Is then you've got the fruit that's in the hammock, and then the stem is either here or here, and then you're just tying it, tie a string, do a hook. You just have to be clever, is what I'm saying. I've tried to put it in the bag, but like I said, the stem has always been my issue. So I want to just go around and do a little deadheading. The garbage underneath there. I'm gonna back you guys up a little bit so make sure you can see everything. But all in all, it looks pretty good. Although you probably want to take a tour. Let's take a tour. It's Monday. All right, let's do this. That guy right there, looking good. And then there's one back here. It's getting to the point where I can have cucumbers on a regular basis now, which I did not have them for a long time. And I was really missing my cucumbers because when you grow your own, they just taste so good. And that guy up there, notice the stem. Notice how I have it under the paper towel. It's doing just fine. And then I got some twinsies. Look at the twins. Yes. Yep, yep. And then there's one little one right there that's growing. Looks good. That's on a wimpy stem, but that's a little one, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Oh, I didn't see him. See what I mean? Like, you don't keep an eye on a certain stem, and then all of a sudden, bam, there you go. That's a new one. Same thing, there's one right there. Big one. And then there's a couple twinsies there. So there's a bunch on here. A little one, he needs a little more light though. Looking a little pale. Sometimes these lights, they will, you hit them and then they kind of self-adjust a little bit. I have to be better at that. I'll get in there and manhandle the tower cleaning, and then I forget to slightly adjust. All right, so I'm just gonna back you guys up here and just do some pollinating and some deadheading. What I love about these flowers is there's so many that you can just go around and just pick three, get pollen, and then I see one down here that just needs a little pollinating, and you just get in there, and I do that a couple times. You know, there's just flowers everywhere. Oh, see, I didn't even see that one. Didn't I even see it? I was so bummed, guys, when I did that two-handed harvest of a massive zucchini on live. I was like, I hope you guys can see it. And I was up there real close with, and I think it was the seed can I dragged down and did it. So I was doing it on the live, and when I got upstairs and realized the whole thing had shut off because of the upgrade that this platform that I'm using had a little snafu. I was so bummed. I was like, oh, it was like such a money shot for you guys. But I was sad for me because I got to do it, but I was sad for everybody that could watch it. But the answer is to have a computer down here so that it will live over on the seed. nursery area, and I'll be able to literally walk over and change a scene or focus on like one of the cameras versus all of them. And I can have different layers, so if I'm working on something, you can have the camera that's to the right here, focused on this. It'll be a little bit closer, so I can zoom in a little bit. And maybe have, I'm getting a longer cord for the seed cam, my guy's coming back. I love doing trade. Here's a good story. So, the person who did it, he was like so in awe with the towers, and he's a young gentleman, and really just a nice kid. And he's going to school for cybersecurity. Like, that's so cool. And so he loves to do the camera stuff, but he, like a lot of us when we're younger, we eat what we want, and he gained a little bit of weight, and then decided that he wanted to be healthier, and he lost like 100 pounds on his own. And we went through some of the ways and how he did it, and then we got talking about nutrition, because that's really how I got into this as a professional bodybuilder, retired now, clearly, and learning about your body, learning about nutrition, learning about being in a gym and just being healthy. And so I asked him if he would be willing to, change up that cord. And so, we're working a little trade. So I'm working with him to get back in the gym and put on some more muscle. He looks good though. His body looks amazing. And so now I've just adjusted the amount of protein he's going to eat and get him into the gym so he's lifting, so he's young, so he'll put on muscle real fast. And fill out some of the areas that are just a little bit loose, but he's young, so he won't have any issue whatsoever with that. And I get to help somebody, and that's really what I love. I think that's why I really pushed for this live, and wanting to do it. Ooh, here's what I clip. So that people can stream in and stream out, get what they need. They can contact me through the website, through here, through Facebook. We're growing that a little bit. It's very exciting. If you're from Facebook today, you just popping in. Just want to make sure that you feel welcome. If you have any questions whatsoever, reach out to me. I promise I will not be like other people. And I'm going to turn that because that was just not going to work. I'm there. If you ask me anything, I'm happy to help. If I don't have the answer, I will research for you. But if you've got questions about gardening, about nutrition, someone asked me about lighting yesterday, which I thought was super cool. That was a really, really great question. I love questions that make me go. This topic came up a long time ago, where are these lights safe? And I can honestly say that I spoke with Tower Garden and I did some research, and these lights are LED. So as long as you're not staring directly at them for hours, and I don't look at them, I look through them, look at what I'm doing, they're completely safe. If you suffer from seasonal dyspeptic order, I think I'm saying that correctly, in the winter, if you live up here in the Northeast, or like say you're in Alaska or a zone where you don't get a lot of sun, these lights being around them will help you. They'll give you a little more energy, they'll give you a little bit of vitamin D, not every bit of vitamin D you need probably, but they will give you some. And I will say the first year that I had them, I got them in the dead of the winter, and I said to my husband, I only had a couple, and I go, wow, I really feel good. I feel like I got a little more energy. And I do truly believe it's from the lights. So some people are like, do you need to wear sunscreen around them? No, not really. I mean, I've got sunscreen in my moisturizer, but I think all in all, when it comes to gardening and growing, there's no soil, there's no bugs, it's just water, it's just light, and this is in my basement, so I can control the temperature. So there's so many positives to doing what I'm doing. I've got a girl who's got a really bad back, so her husband obviously helps her when she's going to turn the tower over. But all in all, like, she's standing while she's gardening. occasionally you gotta get on the floor. But she's loving it, and all of her questions are just, they're great. They're just spot on. And I love the light one. That was, I forget who put that out there, but she had me think, and I was like, yeah, no, they are safe. Now there are lights out there. I like this top light. I call them spider lights. It's kind of a red-white type of light. I don't, again, and they're so small, I don't stare into them. I just stare beyond them. So just, you know, if you have a shower garden, just remember that. Don't stare into the light. If they're in your home, like upstairs, she talked about a curtain, and I think that's perfectly okay. I love that idea. She seemed, this individual seemed very, very knowledgeable. Like she's been gardening her whole life, which makes me so happy. I bet she's super healthy and she's really good at what she does. So I'm really glad that she joined our community. So if you're here and you're listening, welcome and thank you. And if you have more questions, please. I love it because it not only makes me put that out there to the community because somebody else might be thinking about it too, but it just it helps us as a whole, as a group, as a community. Love it. So, oh yeah. Oh, there's one. Perfect. Then you have a flower right next door to a cucumber that needs to be pollinated. Life is good. For some strange reason, this side I feel like she's a little bit healthier. It just is growing faster, which is amazing. That's a lot of deadheading. Like way in there. I can just see some of it. I would love to put them back in here. I know it's stuck up the lines and ruin everything, but there's just so many. And you know, you really do need to try to get the best of your ability to drain off. So that they don't mulch down and create a habit. One that mulches down that lands inside, I believe, will burn a hole, believe it or not, in that leaf eventually. Alright guys, I think I'm pretty good right here. I'm gonna go upstairs and load this video for you guys. You can see it up close. If people are taking a little bit of a lunch break or something like that, I'll have it up so you can watch it or watch it later. And then come back down. You can always pop in and see the loop, check on the seeds, but I'm gonna come back down at some point and continue cleaning. So let's go get this up and ready. Okay, first thing first, I want to pollinate the zucchini that's down here that pops. So remember yesterday that we did a full water fill on this, adjusted the pH, adjust the nutrients, and as a result of that, we got some good growth. Some good growth out of that big zucchini that's down there. And we also have a new zucchini that pops. So I'm gonna go ahead, spin this just a little bit so you guys can see. Yeah, down there. And I need some flowers with some pollen. Is the flower that needs to be pollinated is on the bottom. Ooh, there's a flower right there, didn't even see that. All right, so let's go ahead and just give this guy some good pollen. I really like it when the flowers are wide open on both sides, whether you're getting pollen or you're pollinating. It just, the consistency is very rich, and I know I've talked about that numerous times. I like it to be very fluffy and dry. When it's wet, it's clumpy. But if you only have one flower, then you gotta work with what you got. Let me see what else I got down here. I've got another flower here. This one's closed, so that means it's just a little more wet and clumpy, but I'll take it. That should be enough for that one. Let me just take a peek and make sure there's nothing else. There's one in there that is almost gonna pop. So I'm gonna pull this big boy out. So we can get a better view. I'm gonna need some space too. Be able to walk around, and I'm going to swivel this in a minute so you can really see in there what we got going on there. You see something brown. It's never good when there's something brown in there. Just a leaf that's just not getting what it needs. But there's so many leaves in this plant that I can't get to it. And I'm going to do my best to break it out of that stem, because we don't want it to get any powdery mildew. So while I'm here, I'm just going to take inventory of what each stem looks like. Since I don't get to pull this guy up too often, but we're going to be removing this one in the back. I just don't see, and I see some baby stuff at the bottom. But honestly, it's just not enough to keep. I think that it's time, and that we move forward with our plan, which is to take some of those advanced seedlings and put them on the backside, because it's completely empty. And I do think that this tower's got some longevity to it. So I'm going to start to spin this. Versus bringing the camera back there. I think there's enough for it. I'm just going to keep checking. Yeah, looks good. Right there. And I'm going to bring it over a little bit and make sure that it's in view so you guys can get a really good look at that. Bring this one over. I think in that camera there, you can't really see that one, but if I pull it out, hopefully you can see it. Just a little bit. So I just want to take a really good look at this tower and make sure that I'm doing the right thing. So One thing I'm checking for is water flow, so the pump is on right now. So I'm putting my finger in each of the net pots and I can feel it. As I work down, in deeper into the tower, it's less of a forceful drip versus here. This is pretty forceful. And that just means that there's probably some concentration of root that's in there. But I think this is a risk I'm willing to take, and I'm really only going to take a couple to put them in here. And I'm looking at maybe trying to put one up here. Or how's this one button over here? Now, let me just pull the net pots out. And get a closer look as to what's going on as to why. Sometimes if I move the roots over, or it might be plugging up a hole, you can try to just pull out a little bit, and that will cause the whatever hole is trying to get the water to the net pot. You can put your finger up there and just rub it back and forth. Now put the net pot back in, give it a second. Yeah, so they're not just kind of, so I just took out this baby little chunk right there. And again, go in there, feel around, push up, pull down. And that might be just enough to unclog it. So I can dump and put one here because I see really nice flow there. This one's starting to get just a little bit more. I'm going to be taking this guy out, so I can stagger, put one here, one there. But we're only going to do a couple. I'm really convinced that they do go big. I don't want to waste them. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to release these ties. Let me just get rid of this light. These were the workarounds. So if you haven't seen that video, you can go back and take a peek at it on how I keep the integrity of the stem. This is actually pretty good. To be honest with you, this stem is looking pretty good, but it's time. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut. All in all, this was planted back in, I wanna say Thanksgiving. So it would have been, let me just turn it up just a little bit. I feel like my head's cut off. November-ish. So December, January, February, March, now it's April. So again, I don't see any buildup, I don't see any water leaks. I've kept it in really good condition. So I feel pretty confident that we can get away with this. But, you know, on the flip side, if you had a tower that, let's just say, was leaking algae, mineral buildup, I wouldn't recommend doing this, but this tower, especially on this side, is pristine. Even on the other side, it's pretty good. So I'm gonna save and recycle these covers. These are the Mylar covers that prevent the algae. And I'm gonna start with just working this out. Actually, you know what I do is just cut it. I'm gonna go ahead and take off the stem and release it. So if I tip it up and just show you guys what's underneath, it's still really, really healthy. And if I had, if the weather was still really, you know, or at least nice here, I probably would put this outside. I would just take this whole thing out, clip it back, and you can see where it's starting to actually grow roots down here. It's got little zucchinis down here. This would be perfect that you could just stick right in the garden and you would probably do really well. However, it's still really cold here and it probably wouldn't survive. Although the seed is survival. How ironic. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and stuff that into the bag I don't have a compost pile outside. I wish I did. All right, so the big part now is just to take this out. And it's above, and I'd love for you guys to see this. So let's get up a little bit closer. Let me just tip it down to where I'm going to be pulling out. Okay. And you can see the root. You see right there, there's a little bit of algae. So the cover did well on the top, but not so much here. And again, this has been in here since November, so I want to pull straight up. And as it comes out, the other thing I like to do, instead of just ripping, I try to support the roots that are there and gently tug. And then as I'm tugging, I'm reaching down and just grabbing just a little bit more to try to get as much as I can. Now, let's take a look. What do we see? The roots are still very blonde. There's no darkening other than that algae. I'm going around the net pot. I don't see any root rot. So all in all, this was actually in pretty good condition, other than it was just getting old and too big for the tower. But we know that we have these guys on either side, so I'm pretty confident. And I like to recycle my net pots, so nice clean break. Let's take a look. There is a little root rot underneath. Not so much there, but on that side. But it really wasn't affecting the plant. So now, I don't know if you guys can see in, kind of. I just, with my fingers, kind of want to get in here. I don't want to take all of the root, but I just want to clear the path of where the water is going to drip. That's snug. Whatever that is really snug. It's in there. But I'm feeling up where the holes in the tower pieces are, and I don't feel any clogs. So I feel pretty confident that I can just wipe this net pot out. It's not diseased. It's still in really good condition. And even if they have a little bit of crack in between the sections, it's okay. I am gonna just pull. That one's okay, that one's okay. I'm just looking down. That'll look pretty good. So that's why I really do think that we can get away with this. All right, so I'm gonna push this back just a little bit. And I'm gonna push you guys back just a smidge. So we can get both towers. And then my head's not chopped off. It's always funny. And so I'm going to be looking at the seedlings, and I'm just looking at this one in particular on the very bottom. Just tilt you down. This looks really healthy. I mean, they all do. And here's another one. They're just a little more advanced than these guys. So if you are watching religiously with me, then you know that I did a 2-phase plant with these. I think I ran out of seeds. But you can just see how this one and this one are just a little more advanced than this one, and this one, because I started them a little bit earlier. So what I want to do now is I'm going to transfer the net pots. So I think I want to do, let me just see where this one is. I think I'm going to put it here. I'm going to do 2. One here, and then maybe there, maybe there, and there. I want to stagger it. That's too low. This is perfect, but I need to get the, maybe I do them side by side. I do them side by side and just see what takes. So I'm going to take this one out. I don't really want it here just because I just think it's gonna you know, it's gonna droop down over time. Let me think. I know I want one on this level. And if I put one here and one here, this one's gonna get shadowed. So if I do them at the top together, they can get spaced out because this one is growing this way and that one's growing this way. So they could spread out the other half. It would be this bar to that bar. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Okay. So when you're moving things in your tower, you just gently wanna remove. You don't wanna break any of these roots. Okay, so these are beautiful. Look at that. Okay, so it's in really good health. There's only one plant here, which is good. And then you have these beautiful crystal vine roots that all look so healthy. While I have it out, I'm gonna clip those little baby, those first leaves, because they don't really do anything after. They start to grow their adult leaves, and they just turn brown. So I think this one has 2. Okay, so let me get back here. That's a 1. So I think I will put the 2 there just because I think that's growing this way. This one's still a little full, so we'll do the single one on this side. Be so careful, guys. I don't want to pinch any of these roots. I don't want to cause any damage whatsoever to the seedling. It's hard because there's so many roots. You cut them all in, so do the best that you can. And she's in. She's in, and she's gorgeous. So let's do the double. Let's get the double now. Although I wonder if I should just do a single, because I had a single back here that looks pretty good. And leave the double, because everything on here is just single. All right, let's take the single. Okay, again, just gently pulling out. This one looks really good. Stem looks real healthy. While I'm here, I'm just gonna get those baby leaves, because they don't really do anything after this. This stem seems a little wobbly. So we'll go ahead and put it right here. Being sure to tuck in all of the roots. I am going to put, it stems in pretty well. I'm just going to get a piece of little rock wall. I'm going to take a piece of rock wall, I'm going to half it and split it like a V, but not tear it all the way. I'm going to go underneath. I'm going to put the stem and just kind of rest it right where I didn't break on the rock wall. I just created a V at the very top. So think of the rock wall like this. I didn't cut there. I slid it, the stem sits there, and then the 2 sides go to the back of the net pot. And then I just gently tuck everything in. And guys, look at, if you guys can see that, how much that stabilized it. Yeah, is it gonna stabilize it a month from now when it's, you know, dripping over? It doesn't matter, because then the leaves then do their job. By sitting on the trellis, getting ready to bear fruit that you're pollinating and that you're growing. So until it gets there, just, you wanna hang on. It's like an infant's neck kind of going around. You wanna make sure that it's supported with your hand, right? So that's all that rock wall's doing. So again, take a half a piece, V it, don't cut that bottom, rip it all the way to the bottom, slide the stem underneath it, and then attach both areas around it into the net pot. So I'm really okay. So I'm gonna put those 2 net pots back in here. I just don't think that we should put any more over there. What do you think? I think it's gonna get shadowed because I mean you see how big these are and how big I want them to get. I just think that when this grows out and grows down, anything that's down under here will be completely shadowed. It's not gonna grow very well. I'll be clipping and clipping and clipping, and then one day we'll be on a line and I'll be like, let's rip it out. So I'm trying to avoid that because it's cutting down what? Time, money, with rock wall, nutrients, light, energy, water, all of that. Planting smart and just understanding what zucchini and summer squash can do. They're big plants. So I'm happy with that. I'm gonna leave that right there. I'm gonna bring this light back because these guys need, because they're little, they need more light. So I'm gonna go way up and super close to the trellis. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and just reevaluate this. And I think instead of doing 8, I might just do 3 or 4 and just put a couple here and a couple on this side, just to see what they'll do. And as they grow again, it'll be the survival of the fittest of the plant. See which one's gonna do better. We might have to remove one, hopefully not. But again, on here I started with 10, there's 20 net pots, and we're down to, I think I said 4 the other day. It's hard to tell because they've like branched out. There's 1, there's 2. I think that's 3, 4. So that there was 5, we removed 4 or 1. So now we're down to 4, 5, 6. So I'm happy with that. So I'm gonna go ahead and spin this. Oh, let me wipe this since I've got it turned around. Here. I used Myers, just a little organic spray, just to wipe. Just a good opportunity. You got your tower out. To get in there, to evaluate. Later this afternoon, when I load up this particular video that you guys are watching me do live right now, there is a video that I loaded this morning that we did yesterday about that fungus and how I treated it. And I used the Protection Plus that you mix in a spray bottle and the concentrate. I will say that one of the reasons why I like to put a paper towel underneath is to prevent it from dripping. And when it drips, it creates, it's like something sticky on the tower when it drips. It will come off if you just rub, but you don't want a whole tower of that. So that's, if you watch that video, it's going to be in the loop. It's going to play a little bit later. You'll see me. All right, so I'm going to spin it back this way. And we're definitely going to keep an eye on those back plants. I'm going to go ahead and push this guy back. If you guys have your towers on dollies, it's a beautiful thing because you're able to move them around with ease. If they're not on dollies, you're dragging them, and it makes it really, really difficult when they get this big to do what you need to do, especially with the water top offs and nutrients. Okay, so So I want to make sure that my lights are where it really need to be. I've got a zucchini that's right there that needs light. I've got a pollinated guy that needs light. So I'm gonna, maybe we could go in between share. It's getting light from this one, so I'll leave that there. And then my big boy's right there, so he's getting light from above. So we're good. And then this light back here is in charge of the two babies. So the next thing we need to do is just plant a couple of zucchini seeds. So why don't I take you over there? I'm gonna grab some water for this. We got water. Switched up the camera a little bit so you guys can see everything, including this right now. And just fade in. Okay, we'll just twist. There we go. All right, so everybody should be able to see me and hear me here. These are the seeds that we're going to use. I love this seed can. This is awesome. And I need a little water for these guys. Well, two things. Got to multitask. I need scissors. So I don't want to put these in the tower. I want them just to kind of stay in here. But they're growing some roots down here that's beyond the little rock wall. So I'm just going to pull them so they stay nice and condensed in that grow tray. And the roots will just focus and just climb around the rock wall. I just don't want to put them in the tower just because there's a lot in there, and I need to step, this is what I mean, just step up your lettuce eating. And I only put 10 in there. I've used 3 so far. But I feel like when it's time to eat them, they're that much bigger. All right, so I'm only gonna do, what did I say, 4? Let's do 6. Again, I'm gonna move this one because you clearly have seen that one. The one thing with the rock wall and these containers, and again, this is the Tower Garden rock wall, make sure that you're pushing it all the way down, all the way down. Don't let it come up because it can't reach the water in the bottom. Now, I don't like to put a lot of water, just enough. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's just a little bit on the bottom, and I just keep an eye on it because this is a heating mat and it will evaporate. So it's stopping from the bottom and it's stopping from the top. Let me just dry my hands. I think I'm just going to do 1 seed per. just because I know I don't have a lot of room. And I am gonna expedite this, and how do you do that? So if you guys can see the seed and you see that little point, I'm going to go ahead and give a little snip. Whoops, those are wet. Just a teeny tiny snip on the end to make it flat. And what this does is it speeds up the process of germinating. You can leave them in their hole, like I do that all the time if you're in a rush. But this is, Anthony, if you're here, help me, nicking the blade or something like that. So I'm just gonna put one down, around center down. Just a little cut, and I'm gonna make sure that I fill all of the holes and not miss one like I did with the lettuce. You get talking and demonstrating and then you just kind of forget your way. All right, so that's down. Give a little cut. And then straight down. I'm gonna save the seed. I'll just do those 6. Put this down here. A little tool to vermiculate. You don't want to drown your seeds with vermiculate. I use the back of this tool. I'll tell you, when I discovered these tools, when you buy these kits, and they're in the nursery at Tower Gardening Made Easy, it's a whole kit. It comes with a warming mat, comes with the whole thing. Okay, so I'm just putting a little bit in there, a little dollop. You don't want to cover the seed. I was reading in a post, not in my channel, but somewhere else, and one person they did everything right. Wait, did I put a seed in that? See, again, I was talking. Wait, I didn't put a seed there. Hold that thought for 1 second. You just keep talking. Give them. All right, and then put that one down. All right, so they all have seeds. Anyway, so this person, I don't know who they are. They did everything right. They had the rock wall, they had the warming mats, they had everything ready to go. They filled the hole with vermiculite. I don't know about that, but okay, we'll see how it goes. Then they said, put it into a dark place until they germinate. No, you don't want to do that. That's the whole purpose of putting them in their own little greenhouse. You do not want to put them into, they need light, they need heat, they need humidity, they need to be warm and loved. You put them into a dark room, and not much is going to happen other than, losing seeds. So I like to put these under a tent like this, okay, with the lights basically almost on top of it, and curl these up just a little bit so they're flat and not angled down. I like the vents to be closed. And zucchini and summer squash, I'll put these together. Beans, things like that, they sprout really, really fast. Those things, the zucchini will probably be up. And again, you'll be able to watch this during the next few days with the lives. They'll be up, I don't know, at least the swollen seed pop up and the first point of a root, I would say 48 hours. And probably, what's today, Friday? Let's just say by Tuesday, they're gonna be sprouting and you'll be able to see this on the can. But yeah, that's how fast they go. That's when I discovered the seed. How impressed I was. That's the seed. And you can go to towergardeningmadeeasy.com. Under my favorite seeds, they're all there. Any seed that I ever use that I feel I put there that does not develop or something happens, I take it off of the website. So feel free to check them out and buy with, you're not buying them from me, it's just directing you to Amazon. So it just saves you time to search them. You just click on it, it takes you right to Amazon, you put it right in your cart, and you're out. You'll have them in no time if you've got me. That's right there Let me just make sure it's right on the camera. This is the zucchini that was completely closed yesterday. And with topping off with water and the nutrients and the pH, this completely opened up last night and this morning. And that is just, it's just, the plant and the tower are talking to you and they're telling you that I am healthy. And then there's another one inside. Let me see if I can't show you. This was pretty much that flower that's in there, right there, was pretty green. Didn't really have a lot of signs of.
This is the summer squash tower, one of two of them, and I'm actually going to be turning it over very soon. But before I did that, I wanted to do this video for you guys. So I'm going to go, let's get into the tower, and I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. So take a look at this front piece. I've got a summer squash there, and it's pretty good size. And as you can see, the inside right there, there's the trellis. But see how long you've got, probably, I don't know, 6 inches right there that's over the trellis. And then you have this piece of fruit it's trying to grow. And I'm letting it. And I'm going to show you on the inside how I'm trying to hang on to the best of my ability, the crack that's right there in that stem. And then the one above it is the same thing. Okay. There's one there. Most of the plants that are in this tower have some cracking. So I'm going to try to get in here and show you another one that's deep down. That's right there. This is a very common thing that happens with these big leafy green plants that you put in the towers. It's going to happen. And how you address it is this workaround. So you'll probably see right here, this little piece of string. Okay, it's a twine. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to set up the tripod and I'm going to do it for you.
So look at this guy right here. He's so big. He's so big. And again, I'm going to post this. Now you can kind of see it on the live cameras. Here's another one that's really good size. But this will go up in a little bit. We'll take a little break. And I will go download this and then load it. And then you guys can see the up close. Make sure you check back on that. Oh, here's another one. These things grow. They just go so fast. Another one. She's just really, really pretty. All right. Oh, there's one on the inside there. Can you see her? There's one of the ladybugs hanging out, looking for mates. She's so cute. Look at that guy right there. He's pollinated. Oh, there's another one sleeping. In the flower. He's napping in the flower. How close can I get? Oh, he's so cute. Life doesn't get better than that, right guys? Ladybug in the flower. Get up close. There's not much. Like you could see through it before, and now it's just a wall of green. And every time I video, it just gets thicker and thicker and thicker. But my number one rule, guys, is keeping this area open. You need to be able to get in here, and I'm probably just gonna have to trim it back, and that's okay because there's so much over here and down here and over there that little bit's not gonna bother me. And not to mention that when it grows beyond the light, for instance, right there, although it's ricocheting in between this light too, it will get light. But once it grows down, you're not going to have a source. So you either have to do a spider light that skirts it, and then but ask yourself, do you really want to do that? Because that's just more electricity, more toys. I would say start over. because it's just a lot of things you gotta look at. So I think, you know, let me just get up close so you guys can kind of see. There's just, it's just, did I get this one up here? We'll give it a little tickle. Oh my God, that's a funny story. So last year, if you look at, go back at the comments on the tomato video, it's early on. So it was early on in my filming, and this one woman, she was hilarious. She left a comment when I talked about upskirting with tomatoes, and I think she was really offended, and I actually was sorry. Like, I felt bad because you know, I was being edgy, shall we say. And she left in the comments, I don't mean to tickle my tomatoes. And I just was like, oh, I really did, you know, offend this person. I felt bad, but I don't know. Sometimes you just need to tickle your tomatoes. Big boy looks pretty good. I gotta get in here. Let me just go over and take a peek, and if there's something worthwhile, then we'll get in there close. my favorite little paintbrush, I always stick it in my hair. I went to the gym with this in my hair yesterday. And it's funny because people there know what I do. So someone said, oh, you must have been pollinating. And I said, how'd you know? And they're like, because your brush is still in your hair. And I was like, oh my God, that's so funny. So some of my gym people were watching me, which made me very happy. Very happy. I'm just going to clean up some of the little flowers. We don't need them, so if they're newly closed, I'm going to leave them alone because I may need it, but if they're older, I'm just going to let them be. I am going to actually trim off this leaf though. It's blocking some of the light from the zucchini that's pollinated, so I just want to make sure that we can get in here and give it ample light to do what it needs to do. Oh, there's a sister zucchini too. Oops, and a flower. Now, there's a leaf that's kind of crumpled up in here, and I'm going to try to figure out where it is and get rid of it because it's just all like curled in and folded down. And you don't want that. You don't want the leaves to be stacking. You need airflow, but in this guy, there's one in here, and I'm in the mood. So I'm going to trace it back, figure out where it's going, and then get in with my scissors. Sometimes when you're doing that and you can't quite see where the stem is, just wiggle it. Just keep wiggling it and eventually follow your eye to the main stem. But as you can see, look at it. It's just brown and tattered because it's starting to mulch down because it's on top of each other. There's a couple over here that are wrinkled. As they grow, they're just on top and squished. Because this thing is a big plant. There's no denying that it is mammoth. It is the biggest zucchini that I think I've ever grown, indoors or out. And it's big. I'm gonna chop this one and then get in there and then go a little bit closer to the base. But I just need a little more airflow. There's no question. Move that just a little bit closer. Oh, I don't know where that went. A little piece. Oh, wait there. Now I just cut a leaf and I'm going to find where it is right there. I think a knife will be better. Sometimes a nice clean edge close to the stem, as you can see kind of right there, is what you need to do. Don't leave a stalk because that will just mulch down and turn to patty building. So here's one right here. I'm just going to cut it first. I'm not going to go crazy, but break it off. I'm just going to take a few. What I need to do is get on the floor and get underneath, but we're not going to do that today. Another really sad leaf. That's okay. All right, so I think that kind of gave you just a little bit of airflow and also gave you some room for this one. I'm going to take this one too. I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to. Just so that I can get that, wiggle that light in there. I'm going to come back and just clean up a couple things, like these little stalks. These are the stems of the flowers are on, and again, they mulch down too. So anything that you can get in there and cut back, I don't know, clean things up a little bit. It's only going to keep your plant healthier. Less things for patterning to grow on. I'm actually going to open the other window. I feel like this tower throws off some heat. So we've got another window over here. Got another leaf back here that just looks a little. I'm going to give that a cut. That looks pretty good. This side looks pretty good. Oh, I see a flower. The flowers are very sticky. They'll stick to anything when they're closing. I don't know why. That's weird. If anybody knows why, please comment. I'd love to know. Yeah, I mean, some of these leaves are just old. You're probably saying like, oh my god, it's dying. It's really not. They're just old. Like that's just probably because it's deprived of light. Just old. It's been in there for a long time. I think they started this tower back in November. So what, December, January, February, March, April, we're pushing 5 months. And I've gone beyond my rule, but I'm gonna make an exception because it's so healthy and it's producing so much food, and I don't have the other one up and running yet. So I'm just scooping. I'm going to focus on the pollination and not the scoop. How about that? All right, so right there is the flower that we're going to go ahead and pollinate. So I'm going to just take the pollen that's on a opposite, you know, male, female, and I'm just going to go in and I'm going to paint. And like I've said before, if you've got multiple flowers that are open that have pollen, be your own bee. My new saying, I should put that on a t-shirt, be your own bee and spread the love. The thing think there was one over here. So I'm just gonna grab some pollens over here. And just paint gently. I like the pollen to be fluffy. Sometimes when it starts to close and then you pry that flower open, if that's all you have, then that's what you work with. But see how nice and fluffy that is? That is just nature's gold. And I try to scoop up what I can't get in there and just really just paint it. There's one right here. So that was like 3 or 4 different flowers. But that seems to be well coated. Okay. So we've got a few more leaves I think I want to turn back over here. I don't know if it was just a leaking that pot, you know, into the plant, which created that goofiness, or it was just an isolated event. I have a feeling it was an isolated event, but as insurance, I added some hydrogen peroxide to the basin to ensure that if there was something in there that was causing it, it would be rectified. So everything still looks good. I don't see anything else. I did correct the pH. The pH on this guy was really, really high. It was, the pH for lettuce likes to be between 5.5 and 6. It really wants to be on the low side, and it doesn't need a whole lot of nutrients. I keep this one, I think yesterday I tested it to be 1.2. Yeah, I think it was 1.2, 1.1 or 1.2. It really doesn't, you don't need to waste a lot of your nutrients on it. I'm gonna harvest this big zucchini off of the main vine while I'm filming. And I'm really gonna do my best not to break that main stem. So I'm gonna need hands of a surgeon. And basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get in here and I'm gonna support where the stem is. I'm hoping that you can see my hands. I really want you guys to see this. So I'm gonna just get right under there and put my thumbs kind of supporting underneath. I want that leaf out of the way so you guys can get a really good look at it. I'm gonna twist it counterclockwise. Oh, there we go. First break. Hopefully nothing else breaks. I'm gonna keep twisting. And hopefully it's coming. There we go. Oh, it's like it's stuck. Oh, there we go. Okay. And there she is, coming off. Now I'm gonna need to go back. As you can see right there, that's pretty good size. You can see right here too, this little area where it's a little bit lighter. It just wasn't getting enough light. So I'm gonna have to go back into the main stem and clean it up. Okay, let's get a good view from the front. So this is the front right, and it looks really, really pretty. Got a little flower down there that I just pollinated. This is the right front. And again, just something I just pollinated. This is all looking really good. This is the center of the side. You can see how this is filled in. It's a wall of green. It's like art, guys. Let's get up close. Just pollinated this guy. And then there's one right there. I want to say it's pollinated, but not sure. We'll see. And then coming around here, it's growing. And again, you know, look at, I didn't fill all the net pots because I just knew how big this was gonna get. And if I get in nice and close, you know, there's another one in there that was pollinated. Another big guy right there. They're everywhere. But let me just go to the back. I want to show you what I found. So bear with me as I walk around. So there's 3. There's 2 right there that have potential, and I'll know relatively soon if they're pollinated or not. There's another one right there. It just, they just kind of pop up, and it's just like zucchini. When they're ready to go, they're going to go. Here's another one. But we got some rogue branches there and right there. I'll fix those. This thing is chock full, and I just know it because it's so quiet when the water turns on, and that it's softened by all the roots. Excuse me. So what I want to do is I want to start to just cut them back. It's not going to hurt the plant because remember, these are hydroponic, aeroponic towers, and what's happening is when the roots are down there, they're sucking up all the nutrients. You don't want that. You want them to just get what they need. Every 45 minutes, if you're on the inside for 5 minutes, they're going to rain down on the roots, and then the water will return to the basin, and that's what's in here. So as you can see, I'm sure this water is probably really cold. It's a lot. So, and I can feel it coming out of the bottom. So I'm going to set this up. So you guys can see what I'm pulling out without getting the camera wet. But I need both hands. So I want to make sure that you can see. All right. So don't laugh at my strainer, okay? Please don't laugh. It's from my kitchen. I need to go to like a fish store and get like a fish net. So I'm going to reach in here with my left hand, and it's just, oh my God, guys, there's so many roots. Wait till I start to pull them out. But right now I've got my hand inside, and what I want to do is I want to feel for the pump. I want to feel around where the vents are. Okay, so nothing's going into the pump, so that's really, really good. But there's so many roots. So I'm gonna be pulling them out, and I'm gonna rip them with my hands because I'm afraid that if I cut, I don't want that electrical cord that's in there. The blue cord, I don't want that to get damaged. So look at, that's just a portion of what's going to come out. So I'm going to go ahead, but it smells really good. It smells like cucumber. And again, I'm not hurting the plant. I'm just simply, I'm giving it a little haircut. Got to give it a little bit of a tug. Here's another section. Now I'm going to separate the inside. It's like almost like hair, like that's wet. And I'm just going to give a little pull. There we go. Here's another section. Throw that out. It's like knotted. And the reason why I have the strainer is I'm going to have to go back in there because I'm cutting this. Okay, so I can feel the core. So now I'm going to go in there with scissors, and I'm really just going to give it's away from the blue thing. All right, another clump. It's not going to be even, that's for sure. Okay, but there's just so many that... I can only imagine what the root, look at that. I can only imagine what the root in between the sections. I'm curious. Now I wouldn't trim those because they are you know, that's attached to a vine, so you don't want to do that to the nut pot. But here I can just, again, I don't want to cut myself, but I don't want them in the water, so I'm just gonna give a little pull, and again, big clump. Okay, that's much more manageable. I can leave what's there, that's fine. And so now, if I get up close, I should have brought a towel. Let me just go get that. Now, when you look in the basin, not so many roots. And again, I will post this, guys, in just a little bit. You'll be able to see this on a loop. But much better. So then what you want to do is go in to the basin. You're not going to really be able to see, but just kind of figure eight the water, and it's going to come out and it's going to be full of little tiny particles. And the reason why you want to get these out of the water to the best of your ability, they're not attached anymore. So that means that they're going to be in your basin and they're dying. They're mulching down. So what does that do? It changes your what? pH. So, you know, are you going to be able to get all of them out? Probably not. But to the best of your ability, you'll be able to get some. And the fish net would, you know, work really well. The other thing too, you know, if you wanted to do, if your tower was, you know, a little bit older, you could do a complete water change. But I'm looking down and it seems like there's a lot of them. We've got them. Scoop them out. And each time I do it, it's a little bit less and less. Less and less. Okay, that's pretty good. So I feel pretty comfortable. I'm just gonna look in. I mean, there are some. Let me just try to. I'll go in there one more time. So there's a little bit more. So I'm figurating my hand inside with the strainer. Or if you have a fish net, that'd work too. So there's not much in there that's left, but I got the bulk of what was there that was free. And I'm looking in it, and it looks pretty good. So I feel pretty good that it's not going to wreak too much havoc. And if it does, cucumbers are pretty stable, to be honest. They don't really go up or down too much with the pH, the nutrients. They might. I might just go in and do a water change. Not a big deal. So let me just back this up for a quick second. You definitely make a mess, but by doing what I just did is going to help the plant plural. It didn't take a whole lot. It's messy. But again, this is just a nice. This tower was so low. Like, that's weird. I'm just gonna check the nutrients. Get under here. I don't think I put water in this past Sunday. I thought it was okay. Ooh, okay, this is reading 2.6. This is a little bit high for this tower. So why don't we pull the roots first, get them out, and then I'm going to go get some water. And it's really low, and the water feels warm. So I know you guys you're behind me. I apologize. I could switch. but the opening is right here. So let me do this. All right. I'm gonna try to just reach in and grab. And guys, look at that. Actually, okay. That's all. I'll give it a little scoop. That's all it really needed. But you see, that was kind of a clean break on this one, so there really isn't a lot of extra floating around. So that one's new. Let me just take a peek in here. No, okay. The only other one I could think of would be this tomato. Nope. Nope. Those are all really good. Don't worry about the lettuce. But what I do want to do is look at that. A lot of roots. A lot of roots. Just a little more painting. And we will do that. There's got to be a way of securing it somehow. All right, what do we got going on down here? This all looks pretty good. It's just growing beyond that trellis, so it means it's just not getting the light. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna get the scissors and I'm gonna clip out some of those ends. To give it a little more light. Put that there. It's just really solid. So I think if I open it up by trimming back some of these unnecessary leaves that are just quilling, like I love that word for this because that's exactly what's going on here, around, here I'll do this, I'll clip that and then get closer with the stem. Just get rid of that. It will open up and give it more light. I mean, there's just a massive cluster in here. I'll have to come back with a knife and get those stems close to the mother stem so that we don't get any powdery mildew. They just see how they wind together, and just by clipping just a little bit, they're not layering. I think I might do that one too. Yeah, there's a squash in here that didn't ripen because of it's way in there. And clip out some of these flowers. I'm gonna do that one too. She's really healthy, but we just gotta clip her back. There we go. Ouch. Thorns, man. These big thorns. All right, what do we get down here? Okay, so we got a flower down here. It looks like it's got some light, so we can grab him above. Oh, I see, that's pollinated. Okay, so I'm gonna clip this guy. And grab a little pollen down in there. But just by taking some of that weight, there's a bunch. And then the same thing over here. There's a bunch. And celery looks really, really good. Just filling in, growing by leaps and bounds. I'm gonna have to prune that back away from the light a little bit to make sure it's got ample ventilation. Hope you guys are having a good day. It's kind of cold here still. Oh, I like this. So this actually sprouted. And sometimes they will do that when you clear the stem away, will actually shoot up. So much to pollinate. So I like to start on one side, okay? And we got our flower. And I'm just taking my paintbrush and dabbing it. And then I just gently stroke the inside of any watermelon. Oh, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna push this out. Roll it a little bit. Okay, so this all looks good. I got one down here. I don't know if you guys can see that one. The leaves in the way. There we go. These guys are little. They don't get real big, this particular variety. It's a survival summer squash. I think Little Mix or something is a seed. You can go into towergardeningmadeeasy.com and go under my favorite seeds. It's there. It's a nice little flower. And what do we got going on here? All right, so let me just put that leaf there. And now hot. So therefore it was getting splashed, and therefore it's rotting. It's like a fungus or the beginning of powdery mildew. So how do we cure it? I'm taking a paper towel by using, you guys are looking at any of the cameras, it's the Protection Plus, okay? towergardeningmadeeasy.com, go under the nursery essentials. You mix it in a spray bottle because it's concentrate, and this will get rid of critters. It will also help you with powdery mildew. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure you guys can see this. So you can actually see it. Just all you can do is rewind. I'm going to take the paper towel and I'm going to put it on the base, and you can see right here, okay, that cookie stuff. Just spray and then just give it a little bit of a wipe. It's not going to hurt anything. This is completely organic, but you can see that it's starting to eat away. Look at that stem. It's starting to break down this coating right there. You see it? So by treating it, hopefully it will stop. I've done this in the past and we've done okay, but remember, it's growing beyond the trellis, so you want to protect the integrity of the stem. See it right there? How it's just eating away at it? So hopefully just that little bit of treatment. Now that I've wiped away, I might go back, give it one more application, and then dab around it so it's not dripping anywhere. It's completely organic, but I just don't want it dripping in places that it doesn't need to be. So when you trim the leaves, like say right here, if you don't get them all the way down to the stem, what's going to happen is they will close up. But there will be, you know, just like with anything, it's like it's mulching down. That's the word I'm looking for. So like right there, if I were to take my finger, you can kind of see some pattern. You don't really want that. So you just go in there, oops, sorry, and I just spray it and dab it. Same thing. Wipe it away. And honestly, like one application is kind of all you need. It will stop it. But that does concern me. There's actually some on the backside. Because it will just, it feels soft. So hopefully that will stop it. But it just means you just got to get in there with a knife and just a nice clean edge to the stem, and that usually will prevent that. But here's, you know, and again, it's so concentrated in here that it will start.
Take a look at this video where I give this tower behind me the haircut of its life. Getting rid of the unwanted foliage is exposing the fruit to get it to ripen just a little bit faster. But I also want to push this tower to its limits and go beyond my normal time span by checking the sections of the tower for debris, nutrient buildup, you know, things that would cause it to leak. I wanted to make sure that it was still in really good health. And as you watch the video, you see me remove a couple plants, that the sections look really good, but really just making her naked so that we could expose the fruit, get the lights a little bit closer, get a good yield. And then by the time I'm ready to harvest everything off of here, the foliage will grow back because the nutrients and the pH are on point, not worried about it. The tower's in really good shape now. So I feel like I could get a little more time out of it. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, please do and hit that like button. If you want to see things like this on a daily basis live, like I go a little crazy with the haircut, join me daily.
We eating. I'm going to move the lights out so I can kind of work. That tower's going to bother me. Put her kind of up there so I can kind of just walk around without killing myself. And this guy can go way up there. We may need them for light here and there, but all right, so the goal of this, when your towers, especially like the tower like this, gets concentrated, gets really, really, really full of leaves. Let's say, yes. What happens is, well, a couple things. Your airflow gets shut off because it's just so concentrated. That's going to butt you in the eyes. And so full. But you say, it's so healthy. And you're right, it is. It's very, very healthy. But what you want to do is you want to promote the growth, which is the flowers, which is, you know, the fruit. And in order to do that, I'm just going to move that out of the way a little bit. You got to trim down the foliage. Now, a couple of things, like if you have just one or two towers, remember as you're grooming, you're trimming, whatever you want to call it, pruning, look for the suckers. Okay, so I'm gonna show you what I mean here. Look for the suckers that you can clone. Now, I'm not ready to get rid of her because there's so much on here, but you want to look for a sucker, which is what grows in the middle. And I will sacrifice this little buds. You guys can see. I'm gonna try to get up close in the camera, okay? I'm gonna come around. So as you can see, all of these stems here, here, and here, you don't really need those. So just for the sake of this, I'm just gonna trim them on the floor, okay? But if I were looking to clone something, I would literally just shave that down, even this guy right here, okay? Even this guy. And what's left is this perfect little clone with a flower and some buds. Some people say, let me just trim that one. Some people say, oh, don't leave flowers. Some people say, don't leave tomatoes. But you can, because they will form. And this will still, I like a nice, neat little, so I'm just going to trim that. And then the last part is I like to cut, make sure you guys can see this. I like to cut at an angle and expose as much flesh as you can. And it's like sharp. So when you turn the rock wall over and you plug up that hole, because it's now wet, right? And this is what we've done in the past, go straight down. And then that stays in your nursery for what? 5-7 days. Doesn't really need to, but I like to keep it at a warming mat. I like to keep it under light for at least 5 days. And then just toss it in your tower. And there you go. That little clone right there is perfect. And you're going to now have beautiful, beautiful clusters of tomatoes all over. So if you're looking to clone, there you go. All right, I don't need to do that because I've got tomatoes everywhere. So unfortunately, I will sacrifice this and then clean up the mess on the floor. All right, so today all I want to do is I want to prune that. My goal is just to get airflow. And I'm going to be trimming to expose some of these tomatoes that are in there. You also want to be careful because it also it acts as a pillow. Okay, so this one plant right here is, here's a nut pot. It's layering, and that will, if there's a cluster there, you want to, that's a lost cause. If you take too much, it's just going to droop over. So be careful how much you take, but you definitely want to get in there. Once you start, you can see, okay, you can see right here where I'm just kind of going down. Sometimes I go a little too crazy, but I can already see by lifting this up right here, there's all kinds of yellow because it's not getting light. And look at, there's a tomato that's deep in here that I would have never ever seen, okay? And it's not really viable because it's cracked and it's about to mold. So that's why you have to do this. So here's the plant right here. Guys, look at it. So if I lift that up, this main stem right here, these guys right here. So I just got to get in there and just trim. And I did this probably, I'm going to take this whole section out. And I know it seems like a lot, and you're wasting. And look at all of the suckers. If I needed them, they'd be right there. But I just need to create a pocket where this tower, it's probably going, thank you. It can breathe. And, listen, this thing will be back to, its fullness in like 3 to 4 weeks, and I'll have to do it again, which isn't a problem. And that's why I tell people that when it just gets jumbled, like, go and prune it. Get in there and just, bring it back. And sometimes it just winds in there so much so that, so this is layering. See what I mean? So under here, I'm just gonna pull so that there's not a lot of leaves or vines. And I don't mind doing that because they're all pretty naked inside, so that it can't get the powdery mildew and it can't create havoc. And that's what they do when there's too much. So Okay, he looks a little funny. It's like a naked ball squat right there. But that's okay, because for what I'm trying to do, okay, this is exactly. So I'm gonna bring the camera, and guys, I know, be patient with me, because I just really want to show you. Look at, this is why you do that. And look at what's happening with those tomatoes right there. I did not know that they were there. Not one bit. So my job now is to get in there and just pull them out gently, because they will splatter. And another reason to wear gloves, because it gets a little gooey. And I'm just gonna trim away. I'm gonna just reach in there and grab and just trim away. If it's really bad, there was just a little puff of powdered mildew, I will spray. I've got some right there. I just want to separate this right here and get, so there's flowers in here. So I'm going to just pull the flowers because I don't really want flowers on the inside. I want them on the exterior upper part of the plants where I can see, I can pollinate. Like here's an, okay, red one. Here's a green one that's on the inside. I'm just going to toss it. It's never going to ripen, and if it does, I probably won't know, and it's going to create havoc. So I'm just going to say bye-bye. This whole thing right here, I'm going to get rid of. And I don't know where that is. What is this thing? It's got mildew. Okay. Sometimes I get in here and I go a lot of damage. And that's okay, because it will look naked for a few weeks, but then it will fill in. It's like a bad haircut. I'm not a hairstylist. I'm a gardener. And my job is just to bring this back to health. This cluster right here, I gotta break it up. I gotta just get in here. There's no tomatoes, and here we go, powdered mildew. Because it's too much. There's a lot to it. All right, so I'm going to bend this down. And I'm going to go ahead and trim that bottom. There we go. Get under there. A little baby. And we'll clean these up later. A lot of it's falling on the floor. The net pot actually looks pretty good, but it's the growth that happened between the trimmings. It just, became like this massive pillow, and this will settle back in. I mean, that actually looks good. I'm gonna get in there, flip away. Now here's a little caveat. Put the paper towel, and you guys know what I use for this, right? Let me go get the bottle. So you can buy this on the Tower Garden Made Easy, and it's right there. It's called Protection, Natural Protection. It's organic, insecticide and miticide, whatever. So it's organic. It's not going to hurt anything, and it's very concentrated. So you mix it up into this. Now, when you find a section like we just did, Get the paper towel so it's not lying all over your tower. And you don't want to have the powdery mildew fall on the other areas. So just go underneath it and give it a little spray. And, you know, a little wipe, just so it's not so messy. And then now I'm going to work on the top. I'll just leave this right here. I'm going to use it again. Still a little funny for a few weeks, but it will fill in. And in the interim, I can get in there and spray a little bit more into those sections. But I think my goal here is preserve what I can. Let what's on here ripen and get some flowers here, so maybe I'll let those grow too. But I would say it's almost time to throw this. The other tower we're going to get to in a minute is looking really good, and it's got a lot of tomatoes on it. So I could say it's almost time. So I'm going to work down. I'm going to work coming out of edge, clipping off this excessive green, revealing the center. Something right here. I must be cooked. I've done much kitchen scissors practices. I'm already seeing some signs of not liking what's in there, but you know, we'll get there in a minute. So there's a whole big cluster right here that needs to be exposed. So I'm just going to clip a little more here. Now let's file. And just get underneath. Always get underneath. Clear away. And you can see right here this big cluster. So I'm gonna see what's on here. So my goal at this point is just get rid of some of this foliage to expose the cluster of tomatoes right here. Let it ripen, and then maybe it's time to flip this. Just, you know, it's starting to become more of a trouble than it is like this whole plant right here. Look at that. That's just one plant. One plant. So I'm going to get underneath it and try to pull anything I can because there's lots of tomatoes there. Like the huge cluster. Maybe what I should do is just, how about harvest them would be the smart thing. These are big. Those are big for cherry tomatoes. I brought a bin over and I'm not using it. It's way over there. So this whole plant, all right, now this is a little bit better. Get rid of those. while I'm down here. Oh, you know what? While I'm down here, I can see right there that this is a plant that didn't really make it because it's so shadowed. So that's okay. Get rid of that one because we know what's coming. So I'm just gonna get in there with this. Cut back that and that and these guys down here. I don't want to hurt us too much. There are some tomatoes back down here, but I don't want them to go to waste. I feel pretty good about letting that lay there. And that's the nut pot is right here and it's down to here. So that's how old this tower is. Alright, so now I gotta get into here. Just a small caveat, guys, when you're trimming and you're just going in there blindly with either shears or garden clippers, be aware of the cord, okay? If you're just kind of going in there and snipping, you might hit that cord. So just be aware that the cord is there, and sometimes it's really nestled in there hard into the growth of whatever you're clipping. So just, have caution. So there's another section of powdering. Take my thing and I'm going to do this. Oh, the struggle is real, guys. Struggle is real.